It shows us the great element and the power that we have. A young continent full of voices, full of power, and with an internet connectivity system that we can build together. There's almost 5.03 billion nodes, billion computers today alive. They're being powered by all of us. But as Africans, we need to ask ourselves, what is it for the future? Because we have already inherited so much generational wealth here and part of our program. That's why we are honored to have so many of our honorable youth with us here. It shows that we are building bridges and allegiances, and this is our theme today as the Internet Governance Forum. Before taking so much of your time, I'd like to remind you something that is quite important for every human being. We are social creatures. Human connection is important. My journey has taken me to so many places where I got to meet so many people and friends, just because we were cultivating a technology that is meant for us. So this is meant for us. So welcome so much. And my co-host, please segue to the next space.
Thank you. Round of applause, please, to my host, Mr. Carson. So I've been instructed to share that we have interpreters for English and French. So please feel free to use the headsets that are on the table. I'm going to read through the agenda for today. So we're going to be having the first session. We're going to be having welcome remarks, and we're going to be having on the stage Miss Millennium Anthony from Africa Youth IGF, and she'll be able to welcome guest speakers, Honorable Alhaji Mboy from Africa IGF MAC Chair, Ms. Christelle Onana, African Union Commission, Chief Maktar Sek from UNECA, Carol Roach from IGF MAG Chair. After that, we'll have a goodwill message from our guest of honor, Honorable Engineer Mary Priska Mahundi, Deputy Minister of ICT of the United Republic of Tanzania. After the speech, we'll be having a session, a sort of like a panel, sort of like a delivery session where it's titled as Karibu IGF, Umoja Mitandao Yetu, Igniting Africa's United Internet Journey. And for this, we'll be having Ms. Tokomia and Fatu Sar from Africa Youth IGF giving us the summaries. After the short presentations, we'll be having a tea break, a short group photo, tea break, and a coffee to get to know one another, and then come back for our first session that is titled Digital Identity and Borderless Opportunity, What Every African Youth Should Know About Digital IDs and the AFCFTA. And this will be headed by Lily Ediman, a PhD candidate on user privacy. And the moderator will be Ms. Mariam Jobe, chair of the Gambia IGF. After that session, we'll be having the IGF 2025 Youth Track, and the session will be on content online moderation on social media. And the speakers for this will be Mr. Arsene Tungali, Executive Director, Rudi International, Honorable Eliamani Lataika, Judge, High Court of Tanzania, Ms. Kidi Zhao, student of Business Analytics, Train University, ISOC 2025 Ambassador. And finally, it's Ms. Rachel Nkube, founder of Skill A Community and Digital Heaven Program, as well as ISOC 2025 Ambassador. So for this, the moderator will be, again, Ms. Millennium Anthony from Tanzania IGF. And for after that first session, we'll be having our lunch break. And coming back, we'll be having a second session titled Youth and MPs Intergenerational Dialogue on Digital Governance. The moderators will be Kuku Sam, GIZ African Union from GIZ Africa Union, and Mariam Jobe from Africa Youth IGF. After that, we'll be having a bit of like a break from the second session to have a refresher space. We'll be having a video projection. After this video, we'll be taken to the third session, which is going to be a breakout discussion from track 1 and track 2. Track 1 will be open source and AI. Track 2 will be digital rights and digital inclusion. For the track 1, we'll be discussing on open source and open future, African youth on AI and frontier tech. And track 2, we'll be discussing about building inclusive and rights-respective digital access in Africa. The facilitator for track 1 is Ernest Mafuta from Africa Youth IGF Zambia. And the second session facilitator is Amina Ramalan from Youth IGF Nigeria. After that, we'll be having a closing ceremony, and this is the Road to Global IGF, which is going to be happening in Norway the same year. And we'll be having speakers from Tanzania, which is Miss Millennium Anthony, Dr. Huzaifi Isaka from Africa IGF MAG Youth Representative, and as well Ms. Soreen Asefa from Africa IGF Secretariat. So as you can see, our agenda is a bit packed, but also spaced out for more discussions and interactions. And once more, karibuni sana, please feel free to interact with these sessions. This is a youth group, this is a youth session, so we expect more energy, more interactions, and we can guide it the way we want. Asante sana. Back to you, Mr. Carson.
Thank you very much, Nectar, for that beautiful and concise summary. In our next phase, we will show you why internet governance is meant for us. It is people-centered. I would like to welcome Miss Millennium Anthony, who for me is a dear friend and somebody who I've worked together, but she will be doing the opening remarks, showing that young people are the ones who are building this session. Young people, we are the ones who are interacting in all the ones. So please, let's give a round of appreciation and big round of applause to Miss Millennium Anthony.
Good morning. That was not loud. Good morning. Yeah, that's it. Thank you everyone for coming and joining us here today. My name is Millennium Anthony, as Karsan introduced me. I am the coordinator for the Tanzania Youth IGF, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the Africa Youth IGF Day. And this year, our theme is Empowering Youth to Promote Africa's Digital Future. And on this day, we are dedicated in amplifying the voices of youth, but also celebrating our role as active participants in shaping Africa's digital future. This gathering here today is not just symbolic, it's a reflection of how far we have come in ensuring that young people are not only included in digital policy discussions, but also empowered to lead them. We are very proud to be joined by young people, particularly remotely, who are joining us today from their homes. And we also have some remote hubs in Zambia, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in South Africa, and here in Tanzania, we have one hub in Arusha. Your presence, both online and in person, reflects the power and the potential of a truly connected generation. Now, allow me to take this moment to extend a heartfelt thank you to the Africa IGF Secretariat. Please, let's clap for them. A round of applause. And to the UN IGF Secretariat, a round of applause, please. And to all partners for their continuous support. And especially today, we thank the government of the United Republic of Tanzania through its Ministry of ICT for their strong commitment in making this day a success and for creating a space for young people to be heard, valued, and empowered. And now I want to welcome our distinguished guests who have joined us, and they're going to give us a brief welcome remarks as we officially begin this opening day. So allow me to call on the stage Honorable Alhaji Mbo, the chair of the Africa IGF Multi-Stakeholder Group. Next is Christelle Onana, who is from the Africa Union Development. Okay, she's outside. Next, Chief Mokhtar Sek, welcome on the stage, representing the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And next, we have our very own Ms. Cara Roach from the UN IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Please once again join me in welcoming them on the stage. And that is Christelle. Now to begin, I would like to invite Honorable Mbo, the chair of the Africa IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, for his opening remarks. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, moderator. Madam Chair of the Global IGF, who is my good sister, and the representative of UNECA, Dr. Matar Sek, and the representative from AU AUDA, or you call it AUDA NEPAD, from NEPAD, Madam Christel, their youth IGF representative present here today, and distinguished guests, colleague, their youth delegates from across the African continent. It is a great pleasure and a true honor to be with you today in Dar es Salaam for the opening of the 2025 Africa Youth Internet Governance Forum. On behalf of the Africa IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, I extend warm greetings to each one of you. I also want to thank you for the energy, the ideas, and the commitment that you bring to this space, not just today, but all the work you do in your communities and in your countries. Young people are not just the future of internet governance. They are influencing now. Across the continent, we see young minds developing digital tools, leading local initiatives, speaking up global debates, and pushing institutions to be more inclusive and accountable. That is why this Youth IGF matters, and that is why we are at the Africa IGF mark are fully committed to supporting it. We are especially proud to mark an important milestone this year. For the first time, the Africa IGF mark includes a dedicated youth seat. This is more than symbolic. It is a recognition that youth must be involved, not only as participants, but also as decision makers. And we intend to carry that spirit forward. Our presence here today is a sign that commitment. We are not just to speak, but to listen, to learn, to stand with you as allies. Dear youth, I urge you, don't wait for permission to lead. The internet is becoming more central to our lives today. The policies being developed today, from data governance to cybersecurity, and from AI to connectivity, will define your futures. So engage with your national institutions, talk to policymakers, speak up to consultations, and demand open dialogue. And where there are closed doors, knock again to build new ones. Make your voices heard. And if the space doesn't exist, create the space. Let's build together stronger bridges between youth and institutions, between ideas and policies, and between access and real opportunity. Let's work for a digital Africa where every young person is meaningfully connected, meaningfully empowered, protected, and also heard. I look forward to hearing your ideas throughout the day, and I'm confident that this forum will continue to grow as a key platform for youth leadership in internet governance across Africa. And I must thank the government of the Republic of Tanzania for giving us this space where we can dialogue as the people of this continent. I wish you a productive and inspiring forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Arhaji. A round of applause for him, please. And next, we are honored to have Ms. Christel from the African Union. Please welcome on the stage.
Thank you very much. I'm from the African Union Development Agency. Indeed, I will maybe also contribute for the African Union Commission, who was supposed to be here. So, Madam Chair, Mr. The representative of UNECA, Mr. the Deputy, you have said it before, all the youth in the room, It's an honor for us to join you today in the vibrant city of Dar es Salaam for this forum, the African Union, the Africa Internet Governance Forum 2025. On behalf of the African Union Commission and AUDA NEPAD, which is the African Union Development Agency, I would like to extend my warmest greetings and appreciation to the government of Tanzania for hosting the event, for hosting us here, and for this important gathering. The forum comes indeed at a critical moment. The digital transformation of the continent is no longer a future aspiration. It is happening now. It is our reality. So we are all responsible of it as youth that we are. As the African Union, through the digital transformation strategy adopted for 2020 to 2030, we are committed to creating a unified, secure, inclusive digital ecosystem that leaves no one's behind. And us as the implementing agency of the union, we are equally focused on translating the strategy into tangible development impact to harness innovation that will help to develop the social, economic progress of the continent. And this forum is the heart of the mission for that, empowering you, empowering all of us as youth to reflect and to create the ecosystem for that. So it must support youth, empower women, elevate Africa voice in the global digital dialogue. So we call upon all of us as youth, because it's a place to be, from everywhere we come, to come with all our bold ideas, inclusive policies, and collaborative action to make it happen. So let's together work on it. I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you in advance for all the fruitful discussions that will come into that. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Christelle. And now allow me to welcome Chief Makhtar Sek from the UNECA, a true champion of youth and internet governance.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Salam alaikum. Jambo. Let me stop there. The representative of AU NEPAT, my sister, welcome. Two chair, we have two chair here. Chair from MAG Africa and the chair of the Global IGF. Welcome. Also, I acknowledge my brother, Emmanuel, the director of ITU for Africa, and also all the youth present here. It is a great honor for UN Economic Commission for Africa to be part on this event. Why? Today, this year, we almost 5 years for 2030 to the end of this SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. And why your team also today is a very, very important, empowering you in the digital future. Why? Because in Africa, today, we have around 400 million youth under 35 years. And the youth between 15 to 25 represent around 19% of our population. And by 2030, Africa, but 2050, Africa youth will represent 42% of the world youth population. And this will represent 70% of the whole African population. Why this gathering is very important? See what we can do in the future. How we can use our demographic dividend to be actor in this digital revolution. How we can empower youth. How we can find job for this youth generation. Of course, we have several opportunity because by 2030, we need around 230 million jobs in the digital sector. But there is also another challenge. But by 2030, we are going to have 350 million youth in the labor market. There is a gap to cover. And for that, youth are facing several challenges. It's not the youth for Africa. Today, we have only 38% of people connected in the continent. 62% are left behind. We need to build this connectivity, because without connectivity, we can't create any job, it's clear. We need this broadband. We talk about today artificial intelligence. We need to create connectivity. Second step, we need to build your skills, your competency. We need to change the paradigm, how we change to shift to the need of the 4th industrial revolution. It's not the issue of youth. We need also to focus on the teacher. What kind of program we should put, what kind of teacher we should have for this youth. Focus on the 4C, for the 4th industrial revolution. The teacher should understand and focus on 4C. One, it is a collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity. You have to teach all the students based on this 4C. Why your meeting today is very important. You should think about now how you've navigated in this digital era. We have a lot of challenge. Cyber security challenge, ethical challenge of AI, too many things. You have this misinformation. We need to all work together to support our youth to be actor in this 4th industrial revolution. Without developing competency of the youth, we are not going to do anything in this 4th industrial revolution and will be left behind. And we have a big responsibility on that, because you are very smart. When we go across Africa, we are very proud of our youth. A lot of innovation happened in the continent from youth Africa. I give you an example. During the COVID time, in Africa, we have found 5,000 innovation developed by youth to fight against this COVID. It's very good performance. It shows Africa as a potential, and I'm sure I'm very optimistic for that. And to conclude, I would like to highlight some key activity we are doing at the UNECA to support youth. One, it is digital skills. We have now several programs on digital skills. I think a lot of people in Tanzania know this African Girl Coding Camp we organized here, I think 2 or 3 years ago, to provide digital skills to youth between 12 and 25 years. Also, we have the one program we have on AI, artificial intelligence, with Alibaba. Another program focused on fintech. And now we are going to launch a very big program for AI, focused to build the capacity for youth by 2000, to build the capacity of 10 million youth by 2030. It is a big program. I would like, I highlight you to register on this application through the UNECA website. And thank you for all for invite us, and good luck for your event today. And we are ready to support you. And thank you also for the chair of our IG Global Mag. You come far to join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chief Maktar. And finally, we're joined by someone who has championed youth participation at global level. Please welcome Ms. Carol Roach, the chair of the UN IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group.
Following on the established protocol, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Jambo. I am Carol Roach, current IGF Global MAG chair. So I'm going to put on my chair hat for 1 second. Well, a little longer than that. And I'm going to ask everybody to just turn your phones down, over, close your screens down, and just listen for 30 minutes. No, only joking. Okay, so thank you. So it is a great honor and pleasure to address you today on behalf of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum. I would like to congratulate the organizers of the Africa IGF and to all the passionate young voices here convening for this vital forum. Across the African continent, the internet and digital technologies are not just tools, they are lifelines. And I'm sorry I asked you to cut off your lifeline for a couple of minutes. They are the pathways through which young Africans are accessing education, building businesses, advocating for justice, and telling their own stories. As you have heard today, over 70% of Africa's population is under the age of 30. Let's think about that. That means if 10 persons are in a room, how many of them will be under the age of 30? Anybody could tell me? 10 persons in a room, how many would be under the age of 30 if we're in Africa? Ooh, we need some calculators, some math. Okay, so 70% of Africa has a population of under 30% of 70%. Then think of it. If there are 10 of you in a room, most likely 7 of you are under the age of 30. That is powerful. That is very powerful. With increasing access to technology, African youth are becoming leading actors in driving sustainable development, from local innovation hubs in Nairobi and Lagos to community tech initiatives in Dakar, Kigali, Addis Ababa, and beyond. Whether advancing climate solutions, promoting health equity, or fostering economic inclusions, the energy of Africa's youth is laying the groundwork for a connected and resilient continent. And for that, I think you need give yourselves a round of applause. Your theme speaks to empowering youth, which is therefore saying the granting of the power, right, or authority to youth to perform various acts and duties. The IGF has created a space where youth have the power, the right, and authority to perform and make a difference for the digital future they want. Let's hear, what's your favorite car? What's your dream car? What car would you like to own at the end of the day? Nobody wants a car? Come on, just shout it out. A Benz? Oh, sorry, I only have a BMW example here. Anybody for BMW? No? Okay, good, one BMW. So this car is for you. Okay, good. So let's say I gave you a 2025 BMW M2 CS, the latest sports model for BMW. It is a high-performance vehicle featuring a powerful engine of 530 horsepower and can accelerate from 0 to 62 miles per hour in 3.8 seconds. Is that powerful? I told you that. But how would you know for sure that it can go from 0 to 62 in 3.8? How would you know? You try it. You're going to jump in that vehicle, switch it on for a run, and take it through its gears until it gets to its highest performance. You have the space where power and authority are yours, where you can push your agenda on digital governance and rights. The question is, are you just going to look and admire the space? Or are you going to jump in, switch on, and let your collective voices drive your digital future? It's up to you. Africa Youth IGF is your 2025 BMW M2 CS. Get in it, switch it on, go from 0 to 62, drive hard. You have a destination, a digital future you want. You have many hills and valleys and straightways to navigate. AI, cybersecurity, digital rights, just to name a few. This Youth African IGF is a place that provides an opportunity for you to make a significant national, regional, and global impact. The United Nations Global Digital Compact, or the GDC, which you probably learn about if you don't know about it now, is a collective effort to ensure a digital future that is open, safe, and human-centered. It's about you and it's for you. So we need you to bring your experiences, your thoughts, aspirations, ideas as an active and integral part of the global IGF ecosystem. Let me stress again that your engagement here is part of something much bigger. The empowered you must insist that Africa's youth should not only be heard, but they must help lead. Finally, I warmly invite all of you to take part in the 20th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum taking place the 23rd to the 27th of June, 2025. Whether you join online or in person, your participation will enrich the global and amplify the impact of youth-led initiatives like this one. On behalf of the IGF Global, I thank you for the commitment, your curiosity, your leadership, and your voice. I wish you a truly engaging and impactful Africa Youth IGF. Start your engines. Thank you.
Asante sana, Ms. Caro. And thank you so much to all our distinguished guests for setting the tone for this day. Please, a final round of applause for our speakers. Thank you for the encouragement and the support that you provide to us youth. And allow me to thank once again all of the speakers and all of you youth for being here today. As now we're going to begin our discussions. I hope that you are going to have a very insightful discussions, very engaging contribution from you guys. And yeah, that's it from me. Thank you so much. Well, yeah, but I think yes. All right, thank you very much. A round of applause, please, to Ms. Millennium and the panel as well. Okay, thank you very much for the insightful speech. And I think the young people in the room are ready to start the engine, as you said. Thank you so much, Ms. Caro, for that. So I think I'll throw the mic to my co-host, Mr. Carson, to give us a highlight of the next session. Karibu.
Asanteni sana. So did you enjoy? Please Please, 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 please. In Swahili, we say tunapiga vigelegele wageni wakiwepo. So please, did you enjoy? Yeah. Sorry, that was a quick joke. I wanted to celebrate and appreciate you in our old mother tongue, in our way. So please, tupige vigelegele tena. Did you enjoy? Thank you so much. So please, let's clap for all our honorable youth. I think they have spoken something quite interesting to all of us. So to be at a stage with young people and to give your time, to be energized, to say it is our time, it means that the bridges are here. So we see so many elderly here who are supporting us, and we have a big full room supporting the same energy. It shows that the internet together will be groomed in a great future-shaped way. And I'd like to define internet governance for you, because I am pretty sure some of us are new here. How many of us, it's our first time to attend an internet governance event? Please raise your hand. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Please raise your hand.
That's a lot of hands.
And that is great. And this is for you, because internet governance is defined as a human-centered process where technical people, young people, academia, people from government, users all come together to shape the evolution of the internet. And the internet, as we have defined, is interconnected networks of all of us here. So our next session is called Karibu IGF. It is meant for all of us here who are newcomers. We all begin somewhere. We all begin somewhere in life. So now just look at your partner as well. Mwambie Karibu IGF. Please look at your partner. Mwambie Karibu IGF.
Karibu
Karibu
IGF.
IGF. Yes. That's Karibuni sana Dar es Salaam. And for that, I would like to welcome the incredible Miss Tokomia, who will be guiding us through this simple session to show us how far we have come, because the Youth IGF has started, as you can see, since 2011. Some of us are getting old, but it's all been for us. So give a round of applause to our beautiful sister from South Africa, Miss Tokomia. Karibu-san. And with that, let's welcome also her partner, Miss Fatousa from Senegal. Welcome.
Good morning, Karibu. It's always awkward for us short people. You know, we're very small compared to these podiums, but we'll make do with what we have today. It is an incredible honor to welcome everybody here today to the African Youth IGF 2025. We are thrilled to gather here under the spirit of Umoja, unity, as we shape the unity and the unitedness of the internet's future, specifically for African youth and by African youth. We place the leadership of young people at the core of our digital transformation strategies, and we always work to ensure that that youth is representative of all different types of bodies. Oftentimes we speak in our working groups and we say that there are a different number of kinds of youth. There are some youth who are here today who are truly phenomenal experts in the industries that they represent, and they are the leaders. They are at the cutting edge of digital transformation, emerging technologies. We've got startup entrepreneurs. We have young people working in investment firms. We have young people in corporate, in government. We have others running civil society organizations and leading those. And then the second type of youth is the youth who's looking for an entry point, somebody who just wants an in. And this forum is for that person too. That person, we welcome you to please ask as many questions as you can, grab as many numbers as you can, get connected with people on WhatsApp and LinkedIn. Don't be afraid to be personal. Don't be afraid to be shy. Approach them. And even after this forum, something that I always do that I can recommend to everybody else is once, especially to that person, if you're here and you're looking for an opportunity, once this event is over, take the program schedule and listen to me wisely. Invite all those people, every single speaker, every single rapporteur, guest, attendee on your LinkedIn profile. Send them a message, tell them a little bit about yourself, and tell them what you'd like to achieve as a result of having attended this forum and seen them in action. That is the number one way to get in contact with people. We used to have a 6 degrees of separation at some point we spoke about, and then we started to speak about 3 degrees of separation. Well, now you can send a tweet or a LinkedIn message directly to the person you're looking for at any time. So we don't have that degree of separation anymore. And then the third type of youth, we always say, is the one who is specifically in policy and regulation around information and communication technologies. That person is likely to know what we're going to be discussing today, but we hope that we will in some way be able to shape the direction and the future of the work that you do and be able to influence. We hope that through this platform, you will be able to see the needs of the youth, the interest points of the youth, and exactly where African youth stand on the topic of internet governance. So with that, I welcome you again, African Youth Internet Governance Forum, and look forward to having a fruitful and meaningful engagement with everyone. I think at the heart of this conversation, we need to speak about what the African Youth IGF Forum is, right? We are a dynamic and inclusive regional platform. We are a collaborated group of youth, young people from around the continent who work together, and people who advocate for youth, who work together to empower Africans actively and collectively in engaging and shaping the future of the internet across Africa. We provide a critical space for collaboration, ensuring that voices are heard, that capacity is built, and that policy is at the heart of dialogue, inclusive, innovative policy that is sustainable and works for the collective participation of youth. We're multi-stakeholder, and that's a principle we take to our hearts. We represent a diverse group of youth within the group that set up and even took to the point of organizing the event that's taking place today. There have been youth from all different regions of the continent, youth from different countries, multilingual youth. We don't even share language amongst ourselves as we work. We just work collaboratively and innovatively. So for us, we want to integrate meaningfully into a local, regional, and global internet governance process in a method that not only serves to influence at a country level, but also at a regional level. And together, we hope to take Africa's perspectives globally. Within our group, we've outlined certain principles and values that we believe as the coordinating, steering, and member communities are critical to the future engagements of the African Youth Internet Governance Forum. These values include equity at the heart, digital inclusion, intergenerational justice, and ensuring that the African Youth IGF aims to strengthen youth participation, the digital policy ecosystem, and provide a knowledge exchange and advocacy opportunities to provide a platform that youth truly can participate and give back into these governmental processes. Some of the work that we do falls around building digital leadership. So ensuring that African youth are able to, through our forum, access training, policy literacy, and technology skills development. We want to amplify youth perspectives because the youth are completely vibrant. They are so different from every single other body on this planet. Our experiences are different. Our lived experiences are different. And amongst ourselves, we also have differences. And so it's extremely important for us that we amplify these vibrant, dynamic, rebellious, loud, audacious youth voices that we represent. It's about more than having a seat at the table. It's about being the table. And you know what? Flipping that table if it's not serving us. We work to foster innovation and entrepreneurship, especially as tools for socioeconomic development, empowerment within a digital age. We promote based and sustainable digital transformation, particularly in areas such as online safety, data protection, digital access, and AI governance. Within our committee, We strengthen the linkages for the global governance bodies. That is, we act as an access point for the Internet Governance Forum Secretariat and the forum as a whole, for the World Summit on the Information Society and its surrounding processes, as well as for the International Corporation of Assigned Names and Numbers, and the United Nations Global Digital Compact, in ensuring African youth are in fact well represented, equipped, and influencing into these bodies and into these spaces. As a regional-led youth movement that is aligned with African IGF and the global IGF frameworks, the Africa Youth IGF stands as a critical engine for preparing the next generation of African digital leaders. We are increasingly and ever more committed towards building an open, safe, and inclusive internet that serves the continent's developmental goals and ensures that there is, in every form of the word, absolutely no African youth left behind. We're about co-creation, leadership, and accountability in shaping the digital future of Africa. And as the largest youth ICT policy demographic group on the continent, we also ensure that we are accountable, that leaders are represented, and that we acknowledge the space and phase of different leaders across the continent. So again, I welcome you to this session of the Internet Governance Forum. And I'm very excited for the journey that we're about to take. Just before we close, I'd like to highlight that we are an intersessional forum. So we run our activities, programs, meetings, and collaborations throughout the year. In fact, before today, we convened dynamic pre-event sessions that were held online and had participation for youth from youth from as far as the Gambia to as far as South Africa. Our pre-event sessions were set up in such a way that we had an access point for young leaders across Africa to share on various topics of digital rights, access, misinformation, and youth inclusion. These webinars and sessions were exclusively hosted by African youth whose only access point was having an interest in internet governance. So truly, we are an accessible and inclusive forum. And we want to invite everybody who's a part of this initiative, who's a part of this event here today, to continue to take part with us. We've got a number of forums. We are on social media, from LinkedIn to X, and we also take part on our WhatsApp groups. And those WhatsApp groups are also open to everybody who's in this room today to take part and engage and be a part of the grassroots forums going forward. Just some of the topics that came from our pre-event webinars. We've got youth-centered internet governance and local relevance. We've got capacity building, especially at a grassroots level, especially focused on that capacity through local languages. That was an extremely important point for us. We wanted to be able to enable local language participation. Another key element that came from our conversations was the need for digital public infrastructure. We felt that community networks and localized infrastructure were critical towards empowering and enabling this conversation to go forward for more youth to take part in ICTs and further into the Internet Governance Forum. We look to balance freedom of expression and misinformation and provide a platform that is both diligent, accessible, and truthful. Youth entrepreneurship, and we really look towards these youth entrepreneurs engaging with policymakers and engaging intergenerationally at this forum, engaging in a multi-stakeholder platform at this forum. At the heart, we are a pan-African justice lens, and we look at ensuring that inclusion includes all different types of people. And we look forward to the recommendations that will come out from our pre-event webinars, as well as including the session that we are at today. So If you have missed the pre-event webinars, please do not despair because we are intersessional and our work will continue, and we'll meet again at the United Nations Internet Governance Forum, which will be held in Norway. And we've got a collaboration with the youth track of the Internet Governance Forum to actually hold. So in fact, one of the sessions that's taking place today is that collaborative session, and we will be feeding into the United Nations youth track on internet governance, and we look forward to having meaningful, engaged participation in this cross-platformic way. So thank you, and we look forward to the contributions.
Jambo, everyone. Bonjour. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatou Sarr. I'm from Senegal, and I'm also one of the advisory board members, the MAC member of the Africa IGF. I'm very happy to be here in Tanzania for the first time, and I hope that I will visit Tanzania in the future. So, thank you. So I'll be sharing with you what we have been doing for the pre-event of the Africa IGF with all the African youth united to work for a successful African Youth IGF. So this year, the coordination went beyond meeting. It was a collective action across countries, many youth from East Africa, West Africa, Central, North, and also South Africa worked together for a successful event. We have done a lot of webinars, a lot of working group, and everyone has done the best of himself for this success. And we can see it also in the room that even some people do not have places because we have done a lot, and you see all the energy and all the what they want about Africa Internet. And we also acknowledge about the working group, what they have done about for the concept node group, the agenda, the communication working group, as well as the fundraising and the logistics. We all thank you for your work, for your hard working, for all the good thing you have been doing for the Africa Youth IGF. And also, we also celebrate the remote hubs that have been created here in Tanzania, in DRC, in Zambia, and also beyond to allow youth from other countries that couldn't make it in Tanzania to attend the event online, because this is a hybrid forum. Also, a big shout out for all the young people who collect all the calls, Millennium, all the member of the Africa Youth IGF Organizing Committee. We thank you all for your work. And we also thank our partners. We also thank all the people that support us, the UNECA, the African Union, and also the host, the government of Tanzania. And why the theme of the Africa Youth IGF matter? Because unity, I think we call it umoja in the local language, Swahili. And why is this matter? Because unity isn't just a value, it's our strategic advantage that we use in the Africa Youth IGF. And through one voice, our one agenda, and also one strong youth movement, we position ourselves to engage with government, with civil society, and also with the private sector and all the stakeholders to make the internet one, open, safe, and accessible to everyone. Engaging and influencing meaningful youth inclusion in the internet policy is very important. It's very strategic, and also it can keep our action not be just an action that we do today and we forget it, but it will keep us moving and also making the internet a better place for everyone. And also, I want to emphasize a call to better structure and also make more sustainable this organization, the Africa Youth IGF, because today we are young people, but in the next few years, we will be no longer young people. So we have to make this open to everyone and also build the future for the next generation. So let's pack this term for conversation into policy. And every session today is building a block for the internet we want. Let's connect beyond this room, beyond this platform, through help and also within our communities when we go back home. And the future of the digital, it must be the young people and also the African owned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And this shows that Africa is together and we are united. That's an excuse. Thank you very much. This shows that Africa is together and we are united because we have witnessed our sisters from South and West Africa joining us here to get together in East Africa to share their voices. In our next segment, we will go for breakfast, but I hope you enjoyed our sessions and you learned a thing or two and you made friends. Did we all? Please let's raise our hands if we did learn and enjoy something. Nice. A round of applause for you all. Great. I would like to welcome our members here now to convene here on the stage for a group photo, and then there will be ushers on the doors to welcome us for breakfast. So please, all together, let us come here on stage and let's make this memorable photograph. Karibuni sana.
Welcome to the stage for the group photo. Please say hi, table. You're welcome to the stage. And everybody else, please karibu for the group photo. And the cameraman, please instruct us on where to stand and where to make a second line. Please welcome to the chairs, and some others can be at the back as well. Yeah, we can sit. Yeah, karibu. Yes, we're going by. Photographer.
Please don't be shy. Come, let's take a photo. We will be taking it in groups. So I think we can begin with this group.
All right, so I think we have enough for group 1, and then we'll break for group 2.
Our media people, please, if you could join us.
Join at the back. I think there's space behind. Photographer. All right, so if you can see at the very last end, that's where our photographer is. Do we need anybody to squeeze in the bit of photographer? Please, if some of you could go at the back, yes? All right, the second group, audience, please, welcome on stage. Okay, I think we have enough group 2. I think we have enough group 2. Thank you so much. We have enough, enough. Yes, we have enough group. We're gonna have a group 3 very soon, so I think we have enough for now. Photographer. Group 3? So if you haven't collected your badge, if you haven't registered, please go to a room titled Old Dubai. The Old Dubai room, please get your tag so that when you go have your tea, at least you have your tag and they can identify you. But please go for your breakfast first. And then we'll be back here for other sessions. So please welcome back. We expect to have more of you, the similar and new faces as well. We only have 30 minutes for tea. So after 30 minutes, we will promptly start our next program. So please, let's get back in our rooms in the next 30 minutes. For the tea break, it's upstairs. So you're welcome for the tea break upstairs. Is there a group 4? A group 4 for pictures? Is there any? Yes, there's a group 4 for pictures. Yes, there's a group 4. Yeah, but oh, for those who want to go collect their badges, please go to a room titled Udzungwa. Udzungwa is where your badges are. You need to also get a picture. Yeah, actually. All right, thank you very much. The tea break is upstairs. For your badges, please collect at Udzungwa room. And we're back here promptly 30 minutes for tea.
Hello, habari. Karibu tena majaribio namba moja. Majaribio namba moja. Yes, hello. Majaribio. Tunajaribu kupaza sauti. Majaribio. Majaribio. Yes, habari. Comment ça va? Ça va? Yes. Comment ça va? Mic check. Okay. Karibu Tanzania, empowering Africa digital marketing. Oh, ça va?
Hi, quick question. Is Professor Thomas in the room?
Hello, if we could have everybody at the back to come forward and fill the seats that are empty. I don't think we have anybody else coming back to these seats. Kwa kama umekaa nyuma, karibu kukaa mbele ili tuweze kujaza viti vya mbele kwa huku. So please, if you're at the back, kindly move forward to the seat that is empty in front of you. We're about to start our program in the next 1 minute. So if you have, except for the seats that are designated for the special abled individuals. But otherwise, if there's a seat in front of you, please welcome to sit. So for this first two tables, I think we have people coming over for these ones. But starting from the second row, going back, I think we have some seats that we can fill in. And if I could have ushers in the room so that we can have our guests shown the empty seats.
Just to get the energy back, how was the short break? How was it? Was it good? Any thumbs up that I could see? Was it a good break? No, it wasn't a good, only one thumb. So it was not, the coffee was good, but you didn't get the food. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Nobody ate at all. So that's why our energies are low. Yes? Yeah? There is no response at all. I'm receiving, it was good. It was really good. So either we really love the chef that we don't want to give our comments, or we truly do not like the chef that we don't want to give our comments. So there's no in between. Okay, so because we are waiting for a few guests to arrive, I think we need a little bit of another energizer. And I think you're going to hate me for this because I love energizer. So please let us all stand wherever we are seated. Yes, please let us stand. Naomba tusimame pale ambapo tumekaa ili tuweze kupata ka energizer, ka breather, ka kidogo. Naombeni tusimame. And if you need French translation, please use the headsets that are in front of you. If you need English translation as well, there are headsets in front of you. Okay, so my energizer that I have will need a mic, so if I could borrow yours. Okay, I'm audible, yes? Everybody can hear me? Yes, great. So last week, I did a little bit of an energizer called a picking coconut, right? So you have to imagine a very long tree that we have in front of us. It could be on your left or on your right. But for this specific energizer, I need you to imagine as though you're picking the furthest coconut up there. So I need us to stretch our hands up. Please stretch your hands up so we can be able to pick the coconut that is up there. We want to stretch our back. And if you're not on heels like me, you can jump a little bit so you can pick the coconut up there. So if you can jump, kama unaweza ukaruka kidogo kuchukua ako ka coconut pale juu, basi turuke kikubwa, maana kidogo tuko nafanya hivi. Kwa basi turuke kikubwa then we pick up and then we go all the way down to put the coconut down kwa chini. Please stretch your back that you have. And if you have space, you can touch your toes as well. And then let us throw another coconut on your right. Tupeleke mkono kwa kulia. I don't know where my right is, but please feel on your right. And then we go on the left as well. So please stretch your sides as well. And good. All right, so now we can have a seat. Thank you very much. DJ, please cue us some music as we're waiting for the guests.
Thank you very much. And please let's welcome our key guest. Let's stand up as we welcome the Honorable Engineer Mary Priska Mahundi, the Deputy Minister of ICT in the United Republic of Tanzania. Please, let's show energy to our government representatives. Welcome so much, please. Well, thank you very much. And that is quite humbling. And in the internet governance space, we talk about something called the multi-stakeholder approach. Multi-stakeholder. In Swahili, wadau. Everybody is part of the internet. And we are humbled to have government representation here with our Honorable Deputy Minister. Without taking so much time, further ado, please let's welcome her for her wonderful keynote. Round of applause to our Deputy Minister, please. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa.
Asante sana. Good morning to everyone. Ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Okay. I'm so happy to be here with you this morning. And it is both an honor and a privilege to be here before you today as the guest of honor at this important occasion, the African Youth Internet Governance Forum 2025. And on behalf of the government of United Republic of Tanzania, I extend our warmest welcome to each and every one of you. We are delighted to host this gathering in the peaceful and hospitable land of Tanzania, a country that values the unity, innovation, and boundless potential of its youth. Dear participants, the theme of this year's forum, Empowering Youth to Promote Africa's Digital Future, could not be more timely or relevant. Today, we stand at the threshold of transformative moment for our continent, a moment where the internet is no longer just a tool for connectivity, but a cornerstone of digital transformation. This transformation transcends technology. It is about reshaping our societies and economies to be more inclusive, equitable, and prosperous. It is about building a future where every African can harness the power of digital innovation to thrive in a rapidly evolving global landscape. We are living in an era defined by rapid technological transformation, from the way we learn, work, and communicate to how we give, govern, and engage with society. The digital landscape is reshaping every facet of our lives. The African Youth Internet Governance Forum serves as a vital platform for dialogue, innovation, and advocacy. It is embodied the spirit of the generation that is not only digitally fluent, but also purpose-driven. A generation with the vision, the voice, and the values needed to shape the future of African digital ecosystem. Dear participants, this forum is more than just an event. It symbolizes Tanzania's leadership in regional digital governance and also serves as a call to all action for all African nations. Together, we must build and collaborate momentum that enables inclusive internet governance across the continent, one that upholds dignity, equity, justice, and sustainable development. Empowering Africans' youth is not a task for government alone. It requires a quadruple collaboration among government, the private sector, academia, and civil society. We must collectively ensure that young people have access to education, infrastructure, digital literacy, and affordable internet services. Let us reflect honestly our national policies and digital strategies truly supporting the visions of youth-powered digital economy. Are we creating space for young innovators to thrive, or simply watching from the sidelines? Dear participants, under the leadership of Her Excellency President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the government of Tanzania has taken bold steps to position youth at the center of the digital revolution. I am proud to highlight several key initiatives. Launch of the 10-year Digital Economy Strategy Framework. This national strategy is designed to empower youth and promote inclusive digital growth. Secondly, expanding internet access. Over 758 communication towers in 713 wards through Digital Tanzania project and 636 through rural communication projects will be constructed to bring affordable internet access to rural and underserved communities, extending to national ICT broadband backbone to 109 districts from the 36 districts in the country and connecting it to the neighboring countries, including Mozambique, Democratic Republic of Congo. More plan to ensure availability of high-speed internet service in the country, including submarine cables. Thirdly, investing in digital skills. Plans are underway to establish a fourth-generation digital technology institution in Dodoma to equip young Tanzanians with cutting-edge skills in artificial intelligence, robotics, blockchain, and other emerging technologies. Fourth, youth participation in policy making. Through dedicated forums, we have actively involved young people in the review and development of strategic documents, including the National ICT Policy of 2016, Postal Policy Vision 2050, Education Policy 2025, and Digital Economy Strategy Framework. Protecting digital rights. We have enacted the Personal Data Protection Act of 2023 and continue to review the Electronic and Postal Communication Act of 2025 to ensure innovation is balanced with privacy, freedom, and user security. Dear participants, before I declare this forum officially open, allow me to remind you of something deeply important. You are not mere customers of the internet. You are the builders, the disruptors, the innovators, and the connectors of our digital future. Let us ensure that this forum is a multi-generation, a space where diverse voices and experiences shape actionable outcomes. We must refuse to let Africa be left behind in global conversations on internet governance. To you youth, young entrepreneurs, coders, digital advocates, and leaders, you are the key players of digital transformation. Your contribution in digital economy is essential in building a borderless Africa. Know that you are not waiting in line to lead. You are already leading. Therefore, I urge you to use this forum to raise your voice and present ideas to make sure that this forum resolutions are aligned with the aspirations to our people. Dear participants, let us use this forum to revisit our shared milestones and recommit to our collective journey. Let us take our positions to code the solutions, craft the policies, and create a platform that will shape the Africa internet governance we want and deserve. With these few heartfelt remarks, I now declare the African Youth Internet Governance Forum 2025 is officially opened. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening. Asanteni sana, kazi endelee, nawatakia kila la heri katika majadala ambayo mtaendelea na yakawe ya mafanikio makubwa, kwa sababu nawaona bado mko vijana, naamini mtakwenda kuisaidia taifa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. I think it's been eye-opening to all of us young people to have the presence of our Honorable Minister Engineer Mary Speaker Mahundi. So, Honorable, thank you very much. As young people, and on behalf of all of our young people, thank you. Let us escort you outside. Let's give a round of applause to our Honorable Minister for sharing a moment with us. Great. Karibuni sana. I think she has highlighted quite important stuff. In Tanzania, we have a digital strategy that is redefining how we see the technological institutions, differently from how we identify ourselves online with issues like national ID, how we take ownership to our content online, but also how we make context to who we are online. Because the internet in itself is a tool. It is a tool of human extension. And as human beings, we do need tools. The minister has mentioned about the fourth industrial revolution and the plan of the United Republic of Tanzania to build more skills for young people. So each and one of us in the room here, we have this opportunity, but each opportunity comes with a responsibility. And each responsibility comes without accountability. And I believe these will be the pillars that will build the future of Africa's digital infrastructure. In our next segment, we are going to make it a little bit practical. How many of us have NIDA for those in Tanzania? NIDA, yes, a national identification. It's about taking more ownership. It's about taking more identification as people in the continent. And so as I welcome you to the next segment of our session, we will be hearing about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, digital ownership, but as well as digital IDs and infrastructure. So before I give it out all of here, I would like to welcome our speakers who will give brief introductions about our next section. So please, our speakers to the next session, you're welcome. Professor Thomas, please join us. Please, you can take a seat. Dr. Connie, please welcome. You can join us. And Dr. Angelina Miso.
Karibuni wote.
You're also joined by one online speaker, Jackie Akello. So if you're online, please be on standby. Yes. This session is titled Digital Identity and Borderless Opportunity. What every African youth should know about digital identifications and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Imagine a world where your phone unlocks all characteristics of your humanity, your bank, your health records, and maybe even cross-border trade. We do trade a lot now. For us who know Kariako, we buy through M-Pesa. We recognize all these systems through different verification issues. We use social media. So there's a lot of a cultural instinct on how this goes. And now we will deep dive into understanding how using these different scenarios in terms of cross-border identification and IDs will mean. So in our short but quite interesting and hopefully session, I would like first our honorable speakers to introduce themselves, and then we'll give them a big round of applause, and then we'll go directly to our questions. So beginning with Professor Thomas. Professor Thomas, welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Thomas Senaji,
digital transformation consultant at the ECA, as well as the managing director of Senatus Enterprises Limited, and also in academics as the Deputy Vice Chancellor at the East African University. And I'm pleased to be here. Thank you very much. I'm among the honorable youth, and I feel warm in this presence. Thank you very much.
And myself, I'm Connie Francis. I work with the National Identification Authority as a Director for Management Information System. I'm very grateful to be here, surrounded by a number of youth, and I think that will be a very good opportunity for us to further the discussion on the digital identity and to see how we can work together to make sure that it contributes in the digital transformation, including the social services and also in the business in terms of marketing and trade. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Well, my good name is Dr. Angelina Miso. I'm the Assistant Director for Information Systems Development and Services at the Ministry of ICT here in Tanzania. I'm very pleased to be here. As the ministry, we're championing digital transformation initiatives in the country, especially last year we launched the Digital Economy Strategic Framework. So there are a number of initiatives to ensure systems are interoperable, but we also develop systems that can actually improve service delivery for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our speakers, and to Jackie Akello, our online speaker, if you could please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much for that. My name is Jackie Akello. I am a research fellow at Research ICT Africa. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm happy to be here on this call.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, our session will really break down what digital identity is and how these schemes link at a continental spectrum. We want to understand how we can link regional trade, how we can link digital ownership, the flow of regulation, and the role of young people in all of this ecosystem. Because we do use digital tools and we engage them cross-border throughout every day. This is the reality of our life today. So as we venture into entrepreneurship, what is this security, ownership, and digital identification? And I would like to start with you, Professor Thomas, simply to tell us what are the core components of a secure, interoperable digital identification system?
Thank you very much, moderator, for that question. Now, the components of a strong and interoperable digital ID are mainly four. Strong policy, legal, regulatory, and institutional framework to guide the digital identification. That's very important because without that framework, then the digital ID will not serve the purpose. So a strong policy, legal, regulatory, and institutional framework is very important. And it's very gratifying to hear previous speakers, including the Honorable Minister and a fellow panel member in the introduction, that the United Republic of Tanzania is already implementing some of these initiatives. The next aspect is that the digital identification should be outcome and context-based in its design, meaning it should respond to unique national contexts, such as purpose-based rollout for, say, social security, rather than mass and protected rollout. So it should be very context-specific. The next aspect of a good digital interoperable ID is risk-based development by identifying all risks that may arise from a digital ID and designing mitigations for each of the risks, such that any risks such as data breach, cybersecurity attacks can be guarded against. And last but not least is coordinated governance, including collaboration, because identification data sits at various institutions in any jurisdiction. It could be the health system, it could be with the national security, it could be with public safety, and many others. So coordinated approach to its governance is very important. I yield back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those characteristics. And it's good to show that the element of security and the principles that build a proper digital ID system, because every structure need to have a characteristics, and these need to be built strongly. You have mentioned about security, but also you have mentioned about localizing it to a very local context, because it is the ownership of the people and who we are trying to identify. With this, I would like to pivot to Connie Francis, where I would like to ask her a question to what are the steps being taken to harmonize these digital ID systems, and to speak honestly in Tanzania, what are the strategies that we have and what are the tips and examples that we might share here today? Welcome.
Yeah, I thank you. As a professor has said, that there are a number of issues that has to be considered when deploying a digital ID. So when you're talking about harmonization, meaning that you need to have a digital ID that follows certain standards and protocols. And following those certain standards and protocols, they allow easy and safe on the issue of exchanging of the information, because the whole purpose of having a digital identity, it meaning that it's an essential item that is used to identify you, to prove that who you are, who we are saying you are, meaning that it collects a certain personal identifiable information in it. If I give an example of a Tanzania digital ID, the digital ID card, it's a simple one, but it follows a number of standards, both for the security. There are some number of security standards that have been followed to make sure that the information that is inside the card, it's protected. And like the Tanzanian ID card, we said it's a smart card, meaning that it has a chip in it, and inside the chip, it's where some of those basic personal identifiable information are stored in. So when you're talking about harmonization, it's about how can the information that has been stored inside that card can be readable, can be accessed. Now you can set the mechanism to enable the reading of the information from the card within Tanzania, but that one will not be enough. Because when you're talking about the free trade, when you're talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, meaning that the objective of it is to have a free movement of people. And if you're going to have a free movement of people, the digital ID now will be very essential in giving you a way of being verified that you are there. One who was saying to me, we're not talking about the African trade free area, talking also about integrated market. Now, having the digital ID that has your personal information in it, countries need to have an agreement on standards and the protocols that are going to be used to make sure that if today I move to Kenya, my ID card can be used to identify me. I can use my ID card to verify myself. We can give a very good example in the sector where they have advanced. It's in the sector of civil aviation. If you're having a passport today, you are moving from one country to another, you just put your passport in a machine, and the information, because the passport has has adapted the machine readable standards, meaning that you're putting your passport, then the information from the passport can be read. So when you're talking about the digital ID now, this is the way that all the African countries has to take that approach, where if we want to really achieve the objective of African continent free trade areas, to make sure that we have a common standards and the protocols. But again, Professor has mentioned a the very fundamental thing, which is the legal framework. Without having a legal framework, you'll not be able to harmonize the use of the digital ID. So maybe each country will start to have their own digital framework. If I give an example of Tanzania, we already have the Personal Data Protection Act that defines and give roles and responsibility of each player. But if I give another example of another example of the region initiatives under the umbrella of East Africa community, you can see that there are discussions that are undergoing to make sure now the digital IDs are all using the same standard and protocols, meaning that East Africans can be able to use the digital IDs wherever an East African a person moving from one country to another. So to sum up, the important things are two. In a technical way, it's a standards and the protocols, but in administrative, it meaning that we need to have the legal frameworks and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I think we have extracted something quite meaningful. Example, the passport. With your passport, you can move from one country to another, but it does identify you. It is based on a legal framework that does protect your rights, and you're able to enjoy these responsibilities. And understanding the technicalities of a proper digital ID systems actually raises the question of how we do compliance. And compliance is achieved by a strong standardization process. As much as the professor has shared with us, we can create these standards by the core principles of any digital ID. Pivoting to that, we have spoken a lot about the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. Jackie, if you can hear me, I have your question here. So you can just elaborate more to the people online and people in the room. How does the AfCTA, Africa Continental Free Trade Area, enable or complicate digital identity interoperability across borders? Staying in line what our previous speaker has mentioned. Jackie, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for that, Carson. Now, I'd like to just first start by emphasizing on the importance of digital ID in the implementation of AfTA. Now, digital IDs are very crucial in the implementation of AfTA, which calls for the creation of a single digital market in Africa. Now, the creation of a single digital market in Africa calls for the free movement of data across borders and just interoperability of this data as it moves across borders. Now, digital ID is the basis on which trade can be conducted, and it's also very crucial in the economic growth of the public and private sector. Now, in terms of how AfTA enables or even just complicates the interoperability of digital IDs, I'd like to first start speaking on just the need for harmonization, as has been spoken about by the previous sector. Now, AfTA calls for the harmonization of laws across African countries. And in terms of harmonization, it's very important to emphasize basically on what we mean in terms of digital ID. Now, what is required here is harmonization on laws on cross-border data flows, because the implementation of AfTA actually just calls for the free movement of data across borders. And by this data, we mean digital IDs. So there needs to be interoperability of these data. And what actually can enable the interoperability of this data is harmonization of laws on cross-border data flows. So laws on cross-border data flows are mainly encapsulated in data protection laws. And every country has provisions on just the free movement of data across borders. So some of these rules are what can be classified as strict rules, sort of hampering the free movement of data. And some of them actually make the movement of data easy. And the World Bank actually produced a report that classifies these laws based on their strictness and just how the flexibility they provide to the free movement of data. Now, when you look at African countries, the provisions that we have on cross-border data flows actually vary across the 40 countries that we have right now that have data protection laws. So some of these countries have laws that are flexible and provide the ease that is needed for the free movement of data, but others are strict or rather rigid because of the provisions that have been put in place. Now, in terms of just harmonizing these laws, the key tool that can be used here, actually some of the tools that actually led to the development of AFTA is the Malabo Convention. So the Malabo Convention sets a framework, or rather standard, that can be used for harmonizing laws on cross-border data flows. But currently, as it is right now, the Malabo Convention has been ratified by a few countries, though it has entered into force by having the requisite 15 countries, but it has still not been ratified by the 55 countries we have. So that is less than a half of the countries we have in Africa. So that means we still have a long way in terms of just harmonizing laws on cross-border data flows. But one thing that is mainly observed in these laws is that there's no uniformity. There's no uniformity in these laws. So there are laws that have adequacy requirements that basically just differ with other countries. Some laws clearly spell out on the adequacy requirements they need for data to move across borders. Some laws do not spell out these factors. Some laws list some countries that they regard as being compliant or rather having adequacy in terms of data protection laws. But then when you look at these countries, you realize that they've not included African countries as countries they regard as having adequacy in terms of data protection laws. So what does this mean? It means that it stifles the free movement of data across borders. So there's actually need for countries to just cooperate and even put their minds together on how they can make cross-border data flows provisions uniform to enable the free movement of data across borders. Another challenge that comes up in the implementation of digital IDs, the security concerns that actually arise. And what we've seen in Kenya is mostly the exclusion it posts, particularly to individuals who lack basic identification documents. So the implementation of digital IDs, however efficient they are in the implementation of AFTA, is that their implementation, or even just by them being rolled out, is that they tend to exclude a certain segment of people in the country. And also it raises security concerns, basically due to the centralization of data in one place. So that's one of the challenges that digital IDs pose. Another thing is just the lack of infrastructure for the storage of this data within the country. So one thing I can say in terms of just how it enables interoperability is that the implementation of digital IDs actually calls for the standardization of data, basically just making data interoperable as it moves across borders. So the AU actually is set to create a standard that can be used by countries in just making data interoperable as it moves across borders. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's what I can say in response to this question, Gabriel. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jackie. And that is a wonderful thing to have a legal framework that represents all of us. I would like to tell you a simple story about me and this venue, GenICC. When I was in university, not very far from here at the Institute of Finance Management, youth used to be a big part of attending here, not for the breakfast, but also to come and meet and engage with people. The AU came with a workshop about AfCFTA, about Tanzania ratifying this. There were two clusters that they talked about in terms of trade and digital identification. They talked about digital trade. They also talked about trade finance and information, because information is the key. We live in a data-driven age, and it's the biggest asset. And who is the source of information? Today, when we have big artificial intelligence factories, the end product is intelligence. And intelligence is this information and data. And we as youth, we have a great space in playing, especially in protecting this initiative, because unless you understand your name, unless you understand yourself, you'll not be able to take ownership. So having a session about digital identification is positioning us as young people to take ownership of all the opportunities that are available, especially now in the fourth industrial revolutions. And this is a role that everybody plays, young people as well as governments. I would like to go to you, Dr. Angela, and to ask simple questions, if you might share to the young people here. How are national digital ID systems actually building or designed to ensure inclusivity, especially for young people here who are the future of the builders and the highest demographic in Africa?
Thank you very much for your good question. Well, the government does recognize the crucial role that the youth play in shaping policies and strategies. Actually, looking at Africa, the youth is the largest growing demographic. And it's characterized, the youth are tech savvy, they're early adopters, and they're quite innovative. And we move from having these digital IDs for the youth as not just them being the users, but also innovators. So digital IDs, we're moving from the notion that it's just a means for identification, but it's actually a means for people to be engaged in the digital economy. It's also a means for people to participate in online commerce. It's also a means for digital or financial inclusion. So these digital IDs are crucial, and it's important that they are inclusive. And I think I should take this moment to mention that Tanzania is one of the few countries in the world that has developed its own technology stack. It aligns with countries like India and Estonia, which have the India stack and the GAV stack. We call ours the Jamii stack. And within our technology stack, we have the digital public infrastructure layer, or the DPI. Now, these digital IDs form part of the three pillars of this DPI. The other pillars are data exchange and digital payments. Now, we don't have just IDs alone, because when you have digital IDs alone, it does not mean a thing if you don't have interoperable systems. So when you have interoperable systems, that's when you have your ID, you are able to access services, for example, from NIDA, from TRA, from BRELA, and so forth. Why? Because these systems can talk and exchange data. It's now that you're able to get your SIM card or or open a bank account, because your ID can be verified. If I say I'm Angel, then they can do electronic know your customer and confirm, is this person who says they are, and they can verify. So we can actually have one single source of data, and others can also verify from this source. And this is actually very important. When we talk about having a digital marketplace, the buyers and sellers can actually verify if these people are legit, and also make the whole marketplace secure, because I'm buying a product from a real person, and I, as I'm a buyer, I'm actually getting this from a real person also. So this eliminates issues of fraud. But also it's a win-win for the government and the people. For example, the government, they are able to collect revenue. Why? Because systems are interoperable. They are able to track transactions. Statistic revealed by the Bank of Tanzania report shows that the transactions from the tips systems alone, Tanzania Instant Payment Systems. In 2023, we're over 230 million. This is just the volume of transactions, not the actual value. And for 2024, there were over 450. So how do you get this data? It's because people can be identified. You can track transactions in mobile money. You can track transactions from the bank because all these are linked with the digital IDs. And you can also track these transactions because your systems are interoperable. So digital IDs encompasses a lot of things. It's not a standalone thing. It includes all other variables that when they work together, we can clearly and effectively participate in the digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for that. And it's important to mention, she has mentioned the presence of a Tanzania stack, the localization of the indigenous systems to be presented in our digital systems, because it is all about ownership. And for that, if Connie, we could linger on what the doctor has said in terms of the national agenda in Tanzania, the national strategy, we have been quite forward in terms of inclusion, pivoting from the fingerprint era, but also having other elements such as IRIC and facial recognition systems. So Dr. Connie, if you might linger more and expound on that to ensure that our digital systems are meant for every Tanzanian, for every African, and this is how we ensure interoperability when every group is represented.
Thank you again for a very good question. Let me start from where we are now. When registration and identification of people in Tanzania started, it was not much inclusive because we started with 18 years and above. And as I've mentioned before, that to make sure that this identification is unique, meaning that it's identify everyone uniquely, we introduce taking up of biometric information, and we started with the fingerprints. As you do understand that all of us here, we all have different fingerprints, and this is the information that is included in your personal identification information to uniquely identify someone. So you can see that when we started with 18 and above, and we only use unique identification using our fingerprints. So that was not, I can say it was not fully inclusive, because we did not consider 18 and below 18 years. And we did not even consider there are people who don't have they don't have fingers. So if you're saying that you're going to uniquely identify someone using their fingerprint, meaning that there are some who were left behind. Not only that people don't have fingers, there are some the fingertips have been defaced because of the nature of the work they are doing, like those who are in the mining, or there are some fingerprints that have been affected because of some diseases like there are some diseases like diabetes. They normally affect the fingertips. So the government, through the National Identification Authority, thought about it. And when we started looking now on the issue of inclusivity, we decided, the government decided to change the law. And as we speak, starting from 1st of July, now not only 18 and above, but from when the child is born, the child will be registered and identified and be issued the unique digital ID. And now to address the challenge of the biometrics using the fingerprint, we have also now introduced the facial and the iris. So some will be scanned, the iris will be scanned, or some will be taking the facial or the facial information. So having 3 different biometric capturing, meaning that no one will be left behind. And considering now unique identity from when the child is born, meaning that no one will also be left behind. But as before all these changes, we normally issue the digital identification to the citizen, to the immigrant. You know that Tanzania is very well blessed with a number of border countries, so we have a number of immigrants. So we also identify and issue a national ID to immigrants. We also identify and issue digital ID to legal residents. We have a number of foreigners who are coming into Tanzania for work. When they're given the working permit, then we also issue a digital ID according to the time frame that has been defined in the legal residence permit. Now we are going also to introduce another one. I do believe here, as this is an African Internet Governance Forum, we have a number of visitors from outside Tanzania. Yeah, they are also going to be considered. Now, when you'll be entering Tanzania, in meaning that you're coming up with your passport, but we are also going to give you a digital ID number. So that digital ID number will help you to be able to access a number of services. Let's say today, if you want to buy a SIM card, you don't need to use your passport. You can just use the digital ID number. And our Excellence President, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, has decided to name this digital ID, the Tanzanian digital ID, she has decided to name it as Ajami number. So starting 1st of July, it will be inclusive. Everyone who is in Tanzania, whether you are a citizen or you are not, you are 0 day or you are 1 day or you are 60 years, you're supposed to have a Jamii number, and this Jamii number now will give you access to all the services that are given to Tanzanians.
Thank you very much. And we have heard it here. The Jamii number is coming for all of us. Jamii is a Swahili word for community. And we are in the land of Ubuntu, Africa. We are in the land of Jamaa. So it represents how much that our government, our African leadership are working hard to ensure that we are represented online. And for all of us asking the merit of our session, it is quite important, especially for us young people, to understand we live in the marketplace of ideas. Now, ideas are important, but how do you actually protect it? That's why it's very important to understand this, because there is the technical challenge where we talk about the technological stack. We talk about all the data protection, the systems that will actually host our data, but there's also the source, which is all of us. How do you participate? How do you partake in this digital ID systems? Because there are practical opportunities, not only from building the infrastructure, but what it opens as Africans. Because I believe in 50 years, when we come back here, for all of us young, we want all of our guests from all over Africa to have the Jamii ID to come easily, because that's how we open our borders and that is how we become truly free. For that, I would like to ask a very simple and quick question to Professor Thomas. What do you think are some practical opportunities for young traders and young Africans artists under this framework of AfCFTA, especially using digital ID to identify themselves, transact, but also be valuable practitioners in the internet ecosystem?
Thank you very much, moderator, and also my co-panelists on this important panel on digital ID. Now, the core of the issue of this question is trust to enable trade across the region for the youth. So basically, how then the youth can participate in trade is as a result of a digital ID which enhances trust, to know who is transacting with you and to be sure to know that when you are trading, engaging in e-commerce, you are able to finalize your transaction, get payments, and that you're dealing with the real people. So And at the core of this is the aspect of CIA triad capabilities that the ID then will provide confidentiality, integrity, and availability to ensure that digital participation is protected, thus creating trust and promoting inclusion. Now, the opportunities are various. And I think going through from the presentation by Jackie and other panel members, I think I need to mention before I go into the opportunities that the youth will now need to move slightly faster than we, the honorary youth, have moved, particularly in terms of harmonization and collaboration across the continent, rather than building barriers to trade in terms of maybe taxation, customs, and so on. There is an opportunity to leverage the overarching African Union level instruments, if they can be adapted to local contexts and then implemented across to have the harmonization, then that will help. And the youth can really participate in this. And we are speaking from the perspective that we are just tenants on this planet, meaning that we need to leave it better than we found it. And when we speak about the future of this forum, the future is really here because the youth are the future, and therefore I just need to mention that. So opportunities for the youth within the AfCFTA are expanding within the framework of AfCFTA. There is the opportunity of expanding market reach of youth enterprises by use of digital platforms to sell goods and services beyond home countries and reducing reliance on local market, because in a globalized world regional trade, you need to use digital platforms to access further opportunities. So the youth can really utilize that. The other opportunity that is available is utilizing harmonized regulations, as has been mentioned, where the youth-led businesses should stay informed about evolving regulations and comply with these regulations while ensuring cross-border data sharing opportunities to improve customer rights, personalization, and operational efficiency. So as youth, it's necessary to stay abreast with the evolving regulatory landscape across the region and complying with them within your various youth enterprises. And that can really then strengthen your position. Another aspect is strengthening payment and fintech solutions. The youth enterprises can actually participate in the payment systems and financial technologies. We have heard about mobile money. By adopting Pan-African digital payment solutions that facilitate seamless transactions. Within the framework of a single digital market at AU level and at other levels, including the Economic Commission for Africa, there is the initiatives to promote digital payment systems at Pan-African level. So the youth enterprises can actually tap into this and be able to participate in that framework, of course, enabled by digital identities. The other point that has come across and was also mentioned by co-panelists are the leveraging digital infrastructure initiatives. For example, the digital ID, the payment systems, and infrastructure, data centers, and so on. Youth entrepreneurs can benefit from improving the improving internet connectivity and digital tools, which enable them to scale their operations while lowering costs. So it's important to adopt digital solutions, leveraging digital public infrastructure to be able to scale the operations of youth enterprises. The next point that is very important is partnering and collaboration across borders by exploring partnerships with other startups and enterprises across Africa, to enhance distribution channels, solutions, and access to new customer bases. The world is not an island, and partnering is very important. The youth enterprises can partner with other youth enterprises. For example, youth enterprises in Tanzania can partner with those in Morocco, in Kenya, in the Gambia, wherever, and to access new markets and be able to expand their footprints. Perhaps last but not least, youth advocating for youth-friendly policies. Maybe as just a reflection, sometimes back 1999, the discussion was either to regulate internet or not regulate internet. And it is really gratifying that now there is aspects of internet governance that has been adopted and so on. But the voices of the youth initially were not as prominent as they are now. And that's why it's very gratifying to note that the youth forum like this one is really bringing the voices of the youth to the table. And the point here is very critical, that there is need to advocate for youth-friendly policies, and enterprises can actually do this. Youth enterprises can do this by actively engaging with policymakers to ensure that the AfCFTA provisions are inclusive, removing barriers such as customs inefficiencies, high digital transaction fees, and unclear policies. Now, this is very important because by advocating, because the youth have got certain things that are very pertinent about. And when we sit around, we hear that maybe the honorary youth are not listening to the real youth. And so the idea is always to create that framework to engage. And we heard earlier that sometimes there is no door to knock. The doors are open, but the youth need to identify these doors. If they are locked, please knock and engage with policymakers. Let your voice be heard. And in the previous discussions early in the morning, we were encouraged to develop certain competencies, critically think about these issues, and also engage effectively with the policymakers, and they are ready to listen. In any case, the future is here and it's for the youth. And to leverage this digital demographic dividend is to empower the youth. So with those few aspects of how the youth can leverage the AfCFTA, we believe that the youth enterprises can really flourish and uplift the stakes of the youth. Thank you very much, Maureen.
Thank you very much, and a big round of applause. I couldn't have said it much better, but I believe the professor shared quite insightful stuff for all of us to ponder upon. And I would just like to share with you a simple Swahili saying. It says, usione vya elea vimeundwa. Don't just see them float, they have been created. And what our panelists have stressed here, they have shared that it is within our own agency and responsibility to take these digital ID systems to the next frontier, to build this infrastructure that it represents us, and to be the African youth who will open the doors later. So when we are honorable youth as well, we might say that Jamii ID system works. And with that, let's give a big round of applause and appreciate our speakers. And this brings a conclusion to our session. Thank you. You can get back to your seats. Please, big round of applause as they get back. And for now, we do have a very special video from our youth named Professor Edina Lili, who will be sharing tips or two about growing up in this system and her insights on the session. So if we could please cue that, and then we will pivot to our next session. I thank you for being quite a wonderful audience, and I hope you're enjoying as much as I am enjoying with you. So thank you very much. So please play the video.
Karibuni wote. That is me attempting Swahili. My name is Lily Edinambuchi, and I say that I work at the intersection of tech and public needs, and I work to make the internet feel like a public park. And what that means is that it is open, safe, welcoming, and protected. But sometimes not everybody feels safe in a public park, and it's why my work looks into the different demographics so that we're able to cater for the needs of people who are excluded or marginalized in a certain way when it comes to the internet. Currently, I'm looking a lot into user privacy, and it's what I like to dig into right now for my dissertation and just to talk about security as a whole. So I also am thankful for the gift of the internet that allows us to connect this way. It's because of the internet that I'm able to share what I'm going to share. It's because of the internet that I'm able to learn about the things I'm going to deliver, and also for us to even connect this way. So it is why it's important that we have the voices in the room, online also, to be able to contribute to shaping the internet that we want, and so that it continues to serve us in the way that we use it, and even to help us maximize our use of the internet online. So I know I've begun with quite some content, but let's dive right into it. Many a times you have heard about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, or the African Continental Free Trade Area. And for me, the first time I heard it was in 2021, around the same time that it was launched in the headquarters of Ghana. And as a Ghanaian, everybody was asking, how can we tap in and make sure that we are also benefiting from this agreement? So like I said, there's the area and the agreement. The area is the whole continent, because about 54 of the 55 African countries had said, we want in, right? And then why is that so? The reason being that there was the benefit of, hey, we can be able to transfer, transmit, sell goods and services. We can also together look into investment and to just even protect what we have as intellectual property, and also to even help when it comes to dispute settlement. This is Africa standing together and saying, we want to do this together. I know it sounds a lot, and usually when you hear the free trade agreement and the free trade area, you're like, well, it's all trade. But that is not all about it. There's also the element that we'll come to learn today about the digital identity and the digital trade protocol, which is why young people should be excited about it also. So I'll use an example or a metaphor to drive home the point. You know how Africans are very big on family and community? Yes. Now think about a very, very big village with about, say, 55 homes. And then in this village, there are people who are external to the village, but they're able to come to the village, shop, make contacts, make connections, and go easily. And you who are in the same village, everybody has their own market. But you who are within this village, you can't access it or access the goods that your neighbors sell. So for instance, you want to buy something, you have to scale a wall, you have to pay heavy amount. There are literally barriers that would literally be hurdles to what you are trying to buy, right? That is what it looks like up until now with the continent of Africa, that trade was not as seamless and it was not as smooth, right? So this agreement was set in place as the legal framework for this area, African continent, to say, hey, we want to come together and we want to do this together as a continent. And I've read that this is actually one of the largest trade area existing. Reason being, the size is big, but the population also is big. And for the African continent, we know it's a useful population. So young people, this is ours. Before we dive into the conversation, I want us to think about even the reason why we should be excited about it. If you had a startup situated somewhere in Nigeria and you had the ability to have this digital ID that allows you to be recognized by clients in Kenya, in Ghana, in Zimbabwe, in Chad, and whatnot, it would be helpful. It sets you apart as somebody who is identified correctly, and to be able to also make sure that you trade well with the people that are wanting to do business with you. Again, when we talk about digital identity, there's also, like I mentioned, the seamless trade that we're looking to, digital trade, obviously, which is beyond what we know for the borders and all of that, where we are looking to see how everybody can trade securely and safely. And a digital ID is that standardized way that would enable that we are doing it securely. So while we go into this conversation, I want us to think about what this means for us, the ability for us to expand the markets, to come on board, to learn from neighbors, to come on board, to get new clients. All of those are important. So as you go into this discussion, please have that in mind. Now, all of this that I've mentioned, the potential benefit is that the continent as a whole is able to lift each other out of poverty, and then we're able also to make sure that we build some economic resilience. But we know that there are challenges when it comes to infrastructure, challenges because there are different regulations and different rules in the different jurisdictions in the countries, and also challenges relating to just the peace situations in some of these countries. So it's a matter of concern for young people. As a youthful country or continent, we have to have the discussions ongoing. And again, digital identity is that way that has been put forward, that let's be able to standardize a way for people to be identified and trade seamlessly in a digital trade area, and to be able to do so in a way that is trustworthy and people can trust to do business with everybody. I hope I have not spoken so much in order to maybe get you already worked up, but we have experts in the room who would also contribute to the conversation. So feel free to engage, please ask the questions, please bring your recommendations, because together we all can shape what it is that we envision for an Africa that is united, an Africa where there is seamless trade, there is peace, there is equal growth, and there's inclusivity. Thank you so much, and have a good rest of the session. Looking forward to the outcomes.
Thank you very much for that. And I'd like to give you a small story. When I began understanding a lot about internet governance, I was selected for a fellowship at the Internet Society. It is one of the organizations that has a motto, the internet is for everyone. That is where I met Lily. We were all students, but now she's a PhD candidate dealing with privacy at the University of Cincinnati. It shows that your voices here, young people, they can be converted into action. And I see so much hope. I see so much creativity and ideas in you. So just know this Youth IGF is for you. It is the springboard of all your ideas and your launchpad. Take ownership, be proud, and be happy to be here, and do not be afraid to engage. And with that, I would like to pivot and welcome Millennium, who will show us that our Youth IGF is truly global in the next Youth IGF Global track. Welcome, Millennium.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Oh, thank you so much, Kostan. Hi again. My name is Millennium Anthony, and my role here was only one, which was to bring to you the youth track session. But before I do that, we're actually running behind like 30 minutes. And for this session, we are having online speakers and online participants joining us from across the globe, following up through this conversation. But before I call the panelists, but also dive into the youth track this year, I'll try to a bit describe what youth track is and what its role in the IGF ecosystem. So to further the IGF youth strategy, the UN IGF, the IGF Secretariat, in collaboration with the youth IGF coordinators from across the globe, decided to implement and start an initiative that was called the IGF Youth Track. So this session is a capacity building development activity that is implemented throughout the year. So, and several sessions are held in various regions across the globe. And for this year, the second workshop of the youth track is held here right now, in the next few minutes, at the Africa Youth IGF, where we have received support from the United Nations IGF Secretariat,
but also different partners who have supported our youth to come and attend these events. We have young people here in this room who have traveled from across Tanzania, and we even have those that are outside even Africa. And our partners have made it possible for us and for the youth to participate in this important discussion. And now one of our bigger partners is GIZ. Please allow me to welcome a representative from GIZ, Johannes Wander, who's from GIZ. He's going to give us the remarks as one of our partners and our supporter before I dive into the discussion. Please welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the warm words. I'm from GIZ. And I see I hardly fit on the screen. Good to see you all, and good to see so many youth in the room. I could almost say this is the main session of the Africa IGF. So applause to you for all coming here and engaging. So GIZ, as you might know, is implementing the German Development Cooperation. And our project in particular is not only funded by Germany, but also by the European Union. So we are 50-50 funded by those institutions. And we work very closely with the African Union, which is one of the main organizers of the Africa IGF. So that's why for 3 years now, we have been supporting the Internet Governance Forum in Africa, but also on the global level, to have African voices, and by that I mean youth, I mean you, to participate. So we've been sponsoring participation, also of parliamentarians from Africa to join these forums and to share their perspectives, because that's what we fundamentally believe in, that we need these fora to discuss about innovations, to discuss about challenges that we see in the countries, and to find common solutions with civil society, with academia, with the private sector and the government. So we trust that these groups, they can find solutions together. And that's why the Internet Governance Forum as such exists. And that's why we believe the youth, especially in Africa as the youngest continent, should be represented at the table. So again, I'm very happy to see such a full room. I hope that you will also leave the room and go to other sessions later on to bring your perspective to the table of other discussions. And also looking forward to see some of you then in Norway in a month at the UN Global IGF. So thank you so much for coming here, and thank you so much for being such an active part of the Internet Governance Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So GIZ has been truly one of the biggest supporters of the youth track and making it possible for youth to engage in conversation across the world. And now please allow me to introduce my speakers for today. This session is going to be very interactive and very engaging. So I would like to encourage you all to make sure you listen attentively and contribute to the discussion. Now, the first speaker that I have on the stage is Dr. Eliamani Laltaika, who is the judge of the High Court of Tanzania. Please welcome to the stage. Next, we have Mr. Alsen Tungali from the DRC IGF, but also the Executive Director for Rudy International. Now we are seeing here, we're going to have our seniors. Now for the youth representatives, we're going to have Ms. Sidi Zhao, who is the ISOC 2025 ambassador. And next, we're going to have Ms. Rachel Nkup, who is the founder of Skills A Africa and Digital Haven Program, but also the ISOC ambassador.
And before we start our discussion, I would also really like to express my sincere gratitude to the UNIGF Secretariat, Anya, for the support in making this session successful. And our session today is titled Collaborative Approaches to Social Media Content Moderation. Now, before we start and I welcome my speakers, I would like to set a tone for the discussion. Now, as we all know how social media, it has been shaping the public discourse, but also there's been issues of content moderation and content moderation, which has been one of the emerging discussions now. And we see how this discussion and the issue of content moderation, it is a rising topic in countries of the global South. So this session brings together youth voices and senior experts, as you can see, to explore complexities of content moderation, including its impacts on democracy, human rights, and digital inclusion. Now, according to the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, internet shutdowns are a significant concern in various regions, such as the Southeast Asia, Africa, which are often affected by this, and especially the marginalized communities. So this session will also examine how different platforms approach content moderation, but also to identify gaps that hinder freedom of expression, but also address the unique challenges of youth and marginalized groups under the current policies. So with over 70% of future internet users are expected to come from the global South. That is according to the World Economic Forum of 2022. Now, the conversation will emphasize the urgent need for inclusive strategies. Special focus will be placed on Africa's regulatory frameworks and highlighting the necessity of localized, culturally inclusive frameworks. But also participants will be given policy questions, and that's how it's going to help run our discussion. Now, we're going to move straight to the speakers. And I would like to start with you, Mr. Asen. How should we understand content moderation on social media, considering the diverse realities of Global South, and what specific frameworks, both formal and informal, are significant in shaping content moderation practices?
Hello. Hi, everyone. Jambo, Tanzania. I come from the DRC. That means I also speak Swahili. So it's some people are saying, Did you know that we speak Swahili in the DRC as well? So mimi naongea Kiswahili, and I'm very happy to be in Tanzania for my first time. And thanks again for the Youth IGF team for inviting me to be part of this session. So my name is Arsene Tungali, and I'm young, as you can see. I've been in this space for quite some time. I think I started my journey in the internet governance ecosystem in 2011. And I've played a number of roles, including being a member of the global IGF MAG, which is the multi-stakeholder advisory group. I've also been a member of the MAG for the African IGF. And I've been supporting the youth track in various forms. And so I was really happy to be invited for this panel. And I salute my co-panelists here, and I hope we have fruitful conversations. So we're talking about content moderation, and I would like to start by asking a few questions just by show of hands in the audience to know how many people here use social media. Just raise your hands if you use social media. Thank you. Now the next question is, how many of you are mostly in the reading mode? if you see what I mean. Those who are mostly reading what other people post and who are not very actively posting. Now, the third question is, how many are you are actively posting on social media? And for me, I'll probably raise my 2 hands, probably my 2 feet as well, because I'm very active on social media. So I don't know about Tanzania, which one of the platforms I widely used, but how many are on Facebook, using Facebook? Less and less. Twitter? X, yes. I'm sorry. Sometimes I forgot and I still call it Twitter. LinkedIn? TikTok? And Instagram? Wonderful. So I see we have a lot of Meta platform users. And so I'm trying to speak or explain in my terms what content moderation means. And I hope this will help us set up the tone for the following conversations. So content moderation applies in a few forms, and I will be naming at least 4 of them. On one side, platforms decide to moderate the contents of people who are using the platforms. When I say platforms, remember the different platforms at least I've been naming here. The second category are what I call community managers. Community managers are those people who are behind social media accounts and who post on behalf of either a company, a non-profit, or a public figure. These are what I call community managers, because these are responsible of managing mostly the comment section. That means making sure they decide which comments stays on each post they've been putting online. The other category will be each one of us who use social media. We also decide which comments remain under our post, right? You have the possibility of deleting or hiding, or I don't know, deleting or hiding basically. And the fourth category, it will be each one of us who are using the function that is called reports. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with that function on Facebook, I think in a few other platforms, where you can decide to flag a specific content that you feel is inappropriate. So those are a few categories of ways we do deal with content moderation. And so I'll speak briefly about at least and focus on the platforms, because we'll be talking about different platforms here. And so platforms like those on Meta products, they use content moderation based on what they call community standards. These platforms have come together using their experts, internal and external experts, and decides on a few sets of rules that they call community standards. And so these are the rules that we are supposed to be following if we want to stay on the platforms. We are supposed to know what we need to post, what kind of content, what kind of words we need to use, and what we are not supposed to be using. And most of the times when we go against their rules or their set of community standards, that's where content moderation happens. And when they do content moderation on those platforms using their community standards as the basis, they use humans, which are staff members of their companies. And as you know, Facebook or Meta, they have huge offices like across the world on different continents, and their headquarters are in the Silicon Valley in Menlo Park in Los Angeles. So they have staff members who are across the globe in so many offices, and who, as they say, speak various languages, and who are supposed to be reading whatever you are posting and decides this content will remain, this content will be taken down, or this content will be closed. And sometimes they even decide this person has been posting content which is against our platforms, and they will block you for 24 hours or a few more hours. Sometimes this is done and you understand because they give you a reason, then you are like, yes, maybe I did wrong or I violated some of their community standards. But most of the times, again, you are like, no, I didn't think this publication or this post will violate any of their community standards. And that's where they give you the opportunity to appeal or to say, no, I don't agree with that decision. They also use machines. These are algorithms. These are not human beings, but just random algorithms. We understand what that means, artificial intelligence or any other technology, to decide on whether this content is appropriate or not appropriate, and therefore they will either take it down or they will keep it on the platform. I'll end by saying most of the times they also use third-party fact checkers. These are individuals who are not working for these platforms, but they are community members of users who, through their expertise, they are welcomed by those platforms to then or to provide advice on whether a specific content has violated their community standards. And so that's what I wanted to say. Millennium is setting up the stage for me, and I look forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arsen. Thank you for explaining what content moderation is. Moderation is actually done. And now I would like to move to you, Kitty. How do different platforms approach content moderation, and what are the gaps?
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. My name is Chidi. I'm Chinese, obviously. If anyone speaks Chinese in this conference room, then I'd like to, yeah. 你好,大家好,下午好, which means, hi, how are you? Good afternoon. And hi, everybody. It's my honor to speak here. So I recently live in the United States, and I just traveled from New York City the day after yesterday for almost 20 hours. But I really love this amazing dark city, and I'd like to say hi to everybody here. Yeah, and I would like to connect with more people after our session. So let's get back to our first question. Then before diving into the differences across platforms, I think it's pretty important and helpful to briefly explain what we mean by content moderation. So content moderation is the process of monitoring, reviewing, and managing user-generated content to ensure that it perfectly aligns with the platform's policies and community standards. So this includes removing harmful or illegal materials like hate speeches, harassment, and disinformation, and also protecting user from content that could cause real-world harm. And moderation is done through a combination of AI tools, human reviewers, and user reports. And now, how do different platforms approach it? So first of all, Meta. Let's talk about Meta. Meta uses machine learning to detect detect those harmful content, combined with some human moderators for sensitive or complicated cases. And their oversight abroad plays a very important role in reviewing decisions and increasing transparency, especially on issues like political speech or cultural misunderstanding. And another platform is YouTube. YouTube relies on automated detection and trusted flagging system with human moderators reviewing most reported content. And their appeals approaches helps users challenge removals, which is very important and is a key for freedom of expressions and speech. And thirdly, the one of the most trending platforms, which is TikTok. So TikTok uses a hybrid model, automated feeders plus local moderator teams. And according to some research organizations, there are still enforcement gaps, but they are starting engaging with local digital rights organizations, which is a better step. And finally, the Twitter or the X. So the X has reduced its regional moderation teams, shifting to a more hands-off approach. But this might lead to some concerns about like the spread of hate speech or disinformation. But it also highlights the need for external collaboration to ensure accountability. So across of these platforms, automated system like keywords filters help flag content very quickly, but they will need human moderators to provide context, especially in some linguistical and cultural diverse area. And let's move forward to the second question. What are the gaps in current moderation practices? So first of all, I think it's transparency and usability. Although most platforms allow users to appeal, the process is sometimes very difficult to find or understand. And some reporting tools and notice and takedown procedures should be easier to access and navigate for some people sometime. And secondly, is balancing safety and freedom of speech and expression. So some platforms may remove content too aggressively without enough human review or cultural understanding. And this can definitely unintentionally silence our youth voices or vulnerable voices. And last but not least, laws, rules, regulation across region. So because laws or regulations may be very difficult, may be very different between countries or regions. So the platforms have to apply different approaches and rules to leading to confusion and uneven protection for users. So based on that, I think a more harmonized and rights-based approaches, more user-based approaches is definitely needed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Kitty. You have highlighted how different platforms approach content moderation, but also shown some of the gaps that are currently there when it comes to content moderation. Now, this has actually made me see that content moderation isn't just a thing that one organization or one institution, like it has to be a discussion that is made by different partners, by the tech companies, civil societies. Yeah, and that moves me now to my next discussion in seeing the roles that governments, tech policies, but also civil societies play in shaping fair and transparent content moderation policies. And that is your question, Dr. Yamani.
Thank you very much. Like my brother from Congo has said, I've also been in this platform for some time. Before I became a judge, I was teaching at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology in Arusha, teaching cyber security law and other law related to scientists. And that's how I became addicted to matters internet. And since then, I've been one of the speakers in some of these platforms. I'm very happy to share a few things from the legal perspective with such incredible group of future leaders. Like the previous panel concluded, the power of Africa is in the youth. And we who are getting into the associate group of youths are always eager to share a few tips with the coming generation to see that you are protected. And one of those is about content moderation. There is a temptation for young people to think they can do absolutely everything. When they're in the internet space, they can post anything, they can. So we just want to show you a few guideposts for you to be safer and to create a safer place for others. So why in content moderation, because we have seen the various ways in which it is done. Many people think we regulate content in the internet only to prevent crime. No, there are many, many reasons as to why every single country has some ways of regulating what gets into the digital platform. I'll give a few examples. Number one is to protect the population against harmful and misleading information. For example, if the government is fighting against a certain disease, we do not want quack doctor to go in there and say, usiogope, there is no disease like that. If the district commissioner says everyone must not eat in the marketplace because there is outbreak of cholera, we want that message to go straight to the population. If someone goes and start posting things and saying, you know, the DC doesn't know, and they are brought before a judge, I'll just look at this young man and say, okay, what exactly do you want to establish? Did you want to display your expertise or ignorance? And I'll wait for the answer, and that will tell me what to do next. There is also moderation to protect personal data and privacy. And this cuts across, even if it's your child. There are laws in some countries which prevent posting information about children, whether it is your child or not. Protection of intellectual property rights. Someone is writing their novel. Before they take it to the publisher, you the whole thing and put it in one of the platforms. And of course, defamation and cyber crimes and stuff. So what can governments, tech companies, and civil society, particularly from the global south, do to shape a fair and transparent content moderation policies? This place is named after Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. He was the founding president of this great country and also one of the founding, the founders of the African Union. In Addis, there is a building that is named after him. He quipped one day, and many people laughed a lot. He asked, has anyone among you lived in tomorrow? In Kiswahili, kuna yeyote kati yenu amewahi kuishi kesho? And many people laughed because it is impossible for anyone to live tomorrow. We are all living in 2025. No one has lived in 2030. What am I trying to say? We don't know what the fourth industrial revolution has in store for us. We completely don't know. As a judge, I'm sitting there. I don't know what kind of crime will come up next year. We started with cyber crimes of getting this. Now we are into deep fake and stuff like that. So in order to shape an all-inclusive, we must all try to get to know the interest of all of us. We need to know what exactly drives youth to do what they do. What gives them that courage and power to post things and advocate for something? If we know, we will be fair to them. And I'm concluding by saying that I know of one initiative. The Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology in Arusha is in the final stages of launching a training called Digital Transformation Leadership Course. It will prepare leaders from the global south to tell the youth what to expect. At the moment, all of us are strangers in the fourth industrial revolution. We don't know where we are going. So we need tech companies, government, civil society, youth leaders, communities to come together, put up a program, give us ideas of what we should expect out there and what to regulate, what to leave, what to ignore, what to be absolutely strict about when someone violates. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eliamani. That was very insightful, but I don't want to take so much time for Rachel, and I think I'll now come to you. Considering the unique regulatory landscape and diverse social practices across Africa, what inclusive content moderation strategies can be effectively adapted in the region?
Okay, thank you so much. Good day, everyone. I am Rachel Ngube from Zimbabwe. I SOC Youth Ambassador 2025. And also for interest's sake, I'm an artist. I do spoken word and poetry. So I just want to find out first who in here are content creators. Who is a content creator in this room? I'm seeing a few hands. So most people think that content creators are those people who are posting jokes, singers, dancers online. But if you're going to leave this room, you have a picture in your phone and you're going to post it online, maybe on Facebook, LinkedIn, you are a content creator because you are putting content out there for users to consume. So you are a content creator. With this being said, everyone is a content creator somewhere, somehow. So in understanding what content moderation is, maybe in layman's, it's simple going online, looking at who is posting, what is it that they are posting, for what reason, the reactions, and yeah. So back to your question as to what strategies can we then put in place. I mean, I'll give an example of this other initiative, Skiller Community, that I'm running. I created a LinkedIn page and it started gaining followers. It was operational, but then few months down the line, the page was taken down. I received the message that the page was violating community standards, which I did not know that which standards exactly did we violate. So it wasn't clear enough. And right now we do not have a page on LinkedIn because of that. So where I'm arriving at is that it has to be clear as to if you are saying that people are violating community standard, it has to be clear. I cannot just wake up a.m. and start violating all 70 community standards, but there has to be a way in which those community standards that I violated are pointed out. And also, I would like to say that having the page just taken out, it's not fair to me and to whoever is consuming the information that is being posted on that particular page. Did they give me an opportunity to appeal in as much as they are reporting processes, but the opportunity to appeal was not even there? To say that, okay, if my account has been flagged or if my post has been flagged, at least they should notify me first to say that, hey, Rachel, we have seen discrepancies with your account. Can you respond to us within at least 2 hours before they take down my content, before they close my page? Because let's say I'm in business and total closure of my my page, it means that trade, like income, is affected. The people that are supposed to be helped by the information that I'm posting, they're not getting the help that they are supposed to get. So what I'm talking about is the reporting systems and the appeal systems, and that may they be as transparent as possible. And also that may they be clear, simplified. You know, when you are downloading, let's say, an application, what you're going to see is the TORs, they are so big and you can't even understand. There's too much big wordism there. And we want something that's simple. And we want it such that it can be, it relates to certain cultures, and it's also, what we call, you can also access it like in different languages. If I cannot access it in English, if I don't understand English very well, which means that I'm supposed to be able to access that in Swahili. If not, then in Ndebele, which is my local language back in Zimbabwe. So, and also I would like to talk on the issue of education to say that in as much as I say that everyone is a content creator, so we need education institutions put in place solely for how to use social media and what is it that can then put your life in danger, that can expose you to sexual harassment or online gender-based violence, and what else can expose you to the likes of scams, likes of phishing. There has to be educational platforms for that, and also laws to say that we are in a better position to understand them and be in a position to comply, because sometimes we find ourselves in the wrong lane, actually not knowing that we are actually in the wrong lane. With this being said, I'd like to thank you, Millennia.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Today I am leaving here knowing that I'm a content moderator. Yay, how many are content moderators here? Yay, everyone is a content moderator. Okay, so now I want to open the floor for discussion. But the question that I want to put out there is, how can we ensure content moderation policies do not disproportionately silence the marginalized voices? Now I'm opening the floor for your contributions. I'll take 3 contributions for now. And if someone can help me pass the mic around the room. Do it. Okay, no, I'm assuming you guys didn't get the question. Let me read again. How can we ensure that moderation policies do not disproportionately silence marginalized voices? Ah, you people. Kwani wote tumevaa vile zile translator? Eh? Tunaelewana? Kiswahili tunaelewana? Eh? Waswahili wenzangu, hebu semeni kama tunaelewana. Tunaelewana? Tunaelewana? Okay, me, I assume you understand. Okay, now I'm opening the floor. If not, I've been told there is where?
Hi.
Okay, so I'll take 2 from here on site, and then I'll take from online.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ravina Remigius. I'm Digital Solution Specialist from the Foundation for Civil Society, but as well as a Generation Connect Youth Envoy Africa representing Tanzania. I'm happy to meet you all here today. Answering to the question, I just come from a session where I was a speaker speaking about bridging online safety and maintaining online safety, especially for marginalized communities. And I'm so great to hear this question rising up here again, but in terms of content moderation policies. So I'm not a content moderator. I mean, content creator, but I am a user of social media, and I believe everyone else here in the room is a social media user. We have a lot of content moderation policies implemented by the innovators of our favorite social medias, including Instagram, Facebook, X, and maybe LinkedIn. And I think most of you are well familiar of, I believe everyone here is familiar of the algorithms behind these social medias upon our feeds, the feeds that we get on our social media. If you're into sports, you'll get sports a lot on your social media. If you're into design or into fashion, you get a lot on your social media on the same feed. But then, what about the marginalized communities, the less represented communities who, at the sight of a smartphone, let alone Instagram, are very excited and don't even know what to actually do at the specific time. They don't know if I search this, I will get my feed each and every time. They don't know that someone can use this to exploit me. Like there is my online exploitation. We're very familiar with this. People are violence online, letting alone physical violence. There's a lot of violence online, both maybe politically or socially in our communities. And someone can just put a post, just like our honorable there, I spoke about we as youth just share content, but we do not know what content we are sharing. I mean, maybe what influence is it bringing to the people that are reading our content. So we need to revitalize, or I can say, analyze our posts or what we are communicating. We communicate for impact, yes, and we need to understand the impact that we are bringing onto the community. So once you post something, you understand the implications that that post is bringing to the people, or to the people that you're communicating that your information to. So it's a call for people, or I can say youth or everyone, including those in marginalized communities, to understand and keep evidence of every maybe violence that they might face in the social media, learning the policies and learning their rights to their personal data, their rights to their content. How many of you understand the severity of the registrations that you make at each and every registration, the right? Do you understand that? I mean, you accept that your pictures are going to be taken and they're going to be used in the limit of the African Internet Governance Forum and stakeholders. If today and tomorrow, God forbid, you find that one of the person maybe from the African governance used your photo for something else out there, do you know your right? Do you know what you have to do? And if it's something malicious or something that is not under your ethics, do you know where to go? So content moderation policies should emphasize and make people know about their rights or their digital rights about sharing content on social media. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravina. Please allow me, we have been so much on site, please allow me to now shift the focus for a few minutes to online. And my colleague Atanas Baizira, who is our online moderator, please welcome.
Thank you so much, Millennium. Greetings, everyone. We do have a question from online.
We have Atanas speaking from online.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me in the room? Can you confirm you can hear me? Can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. We do have a question from Soweto Remote Hub regarding the exchange we are having on content moderation. The question is this one. Is to Kwidi, who was talking about human reviewers. Are there any mental health services or partners platforms are having? And how are these large companies comes to content moderation? We also have a comment from Love Day. It's about fairness and culturality of content moderation, and how do these strategies we have around content moderation and transparency, how do these strategies we have reflect the realities and transparency when it comes to the African context? That is shortly the two questions we have so far. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Atanas. I think one question was directed to Kitty, and the next, any of the panelists can respond to the other question. If you can take at least 1 minute, I would appreciate.
Okay, I think the question that my coworkers just mentioned is about something about mental health. So I think there are plenty of and variety platforms across I don't, to be honest, I'm not very familiar with the Africa region. I'm not pretty sure if there's, I believe there are many, there are many platforms about the mental health, about our, especially for our manners or for our youth groups, right? But I think there are pretty plenty of platforms across maybe EU and EU and Americas about how should school and our parents to emphasize their minors mental health too, which is definitely one of the most important area we should focus on when we're talking about the social media moderation. Yeah.
Thank you. Marcel?
I think I would just to take this like more broadly, because sometimes I feel maybe in the audience we don't see this practical, and I would like to find a way to make this content moderation thing like practical, so we all understand our role. Because I believe at the end we also have a role to make sure the online ecosystem or the online presence is safe for everyone, is non-discriminatory, is a welcoming place. Because we can be like on the good side of the people who post positive things, who post encouraging things, or we post positive things on social media. But there are other people who are posting things that are harmful, who are spreading out misinformation, who are spreading out hate speech. And these are some of the contents that make the internet or our ecosystem being nasty. And some people would rather just leave. I'm not sure whether you've been in a setting where people say there's a lot of so bad things on social media, and I would rather just disconnect myself from using social media. I remember at some points our parents would say, don't go to the internet because the internet is a bad thing. And they were right at some points, until many of us got introduced to the positive way of using the internet, like building communities, but not being a threat to other people. And so every one of us has a responsibility to make sure we participate in the moderation of the content. And one of the things I would like to if we can forget everything I've said today, remember you have a responsibility of denouncing, using the function called the reports. If you find something that is diminishing, if you find something that is discriminatory, if you find something which is misleading on social media platforms, you have the responsibility of flagging such a content to make sure Facebook or any other social media platform sees it as something that is inappropriate, and so that they can take it down. I also want to, I think someone mentioned the possibility of appealing. And my colleague said she shared the experience of herself, the way her social media page has been taken down, and she did not have the opportunity to appeal or to get an explanation of why this account or this page was taken down. I believe in some platforms like Facebook, they've created what they call the oversight boards. And I remember a few years back being invited into like consultation on the African continent, where we're designing how this oversight board would look like. So Facebook or Meta is an entity or a company, but they decided to put together like a community-based entity, which is separate kind of from the Meta platform, which is formed of community members, and to whom, whenever anyone feels like Facebook has made a decision on taking down a page, taking down a profile, or taking down a content, and you feel like they did it not in the right way, you have the possibility of appealing, like reaching out to these oversight boards and tell them, my page, which was a very important community page in the community, where I was doing business for my product, has been taken down in a non-appropriate way. most of the times, this oversight board that is being managed or put together by Facebook have reversed some of the decisions that meta platforms have made on specific content on specific pages. So if you see, I would like to end by saying we all have a role to play. Don't just see a publication or a post on your timeline and you feel like this is something very dangerous for our community or for our country. And you just scroll up and you leave that post that way. You have the responsibility to use the report function. And if many people, other people do the same thing, this will help flag this specific content to those algorithms or at Facebook or even those fact checkers who are working with Facebook, and these contents can be taken down. And if someone has seen their content being taken down a few times, they risk losing their page because their page will be either removed or deleted from the Facebook accounts. I'm talking about Facebook much because I believe on meta platforms, that's where most of us are probably spending much of our time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Orsen. And we're running out of time, but I would like to give only one opportunity back there for one question. And apologies, after this session, you can follow any of our speakers who will be here on site and ask the question that you have. Yes, please.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Wale from Nigeria. I have two questions. The first one, any of the panelists can take it. Okay, so I'll start. So content is changing, right? 5 years ago, we did not have generative AI. Today, we can generate audio content, visual pictures, either videos or static pictures, right? And this changes the game, right? People can now create more content easily. You know, if I want to do an advert, I don't have to pay someone who has an image. I could use an AI and, you know, just generate this kind of ad for my business. But then there is the unethical part of this, right? Work in cybersecurity, heavily doing threat intelligence, right? So I see quite often where you know, people spin up AI agents to generate images, videos, and some of these are very unethical. You know, I've seen platforms that allow you generate CSAM materials, child sexual abuse materials, and you know, even pornographic contents and things like that. But these are not on specific platforms. These are independent platforms that allows, you know, anybody to come on their websites and generate these types of materials. So aside takedown, you know, initiating takedowns against these type of platforms, how are we going to moderate content like this going forward in the future? Because a lot of these contents are not going to be on platforms where, you know, tech companies can moderate, right? So that's the first question, and any of the panelists can take that.
Can we take only one, and then after we are only taking one for now since we're behind time.
Please, it's very important. Okay, so the second question quickly.
We're past lunch.
Okay. The second question quickly goes to my lord. There is a fine line between content moderation and internet censorship. I'll be happy if you can just be specific to define both clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. My speakers, if any of you will take the question and summarize in at least 1 minute.
All right. So based on what you raised, I think I will give an example of WhatsApp on how it is moderating this whole situation. If you see there's the forwarded message before let's say you're receiving a message and you are seeing forwarded 22 times. So it's a way of content moderation to say that in as much as you would want to pass this message to the next person, but use it at your discretion because this message has already been forwarded 22, 23 times. And also in terms of, I think it's time in as much as everything is changing at this rate, it's time we put our fact checkers in place. We train our fact checkers. We also get to be familiar with platforms that can help us check if the image is real. There is Google reverse image search. I'm sure if you can receive an image and you are kind of like thinking this image is not real, it's time you upload it on Google, you reverse it, you search it before you pass it on and before you pass any comments based on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you so much to the participants and to my speakers. Dr. Eliamani, 1 minute. No, 30 seconds.
It depends. The question was, what is the difference between content moderation and the censorship? Admit that that is the most brilliant question I've been asked by anyone. Clap for my Nigerian brother, please. And I can suspect he's a lawyer. We will talk later. The answer is, it depends.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much to my speakers. I would give you 1 minute to say one sentence. No, say only one sentence, not two, one, to close this panel.
I would like to thank everyone for your attention and for listening in. I encourage every one of us to be active on generating content, but also be guardians or making sure the environment is safe by taking action whenever you feel like a content has been inappropriate. Thank you very much.
Karibu Tanzania. God bless you so much.
Thank you, everybody. I think our youth voices are so important, and we are the future of the internet. And also, welcome to China.
All right. Thank you so much. I would love to end by saying collective creativity and innovation is the cornerstone to empowering Africa's digital future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Before they leave, could I get a cameraman take a picture with the panelists? Yeah, as we wait for the cameraman, I would like to also invite you to the Global Youth Summit that's going to be taking place in Norway this June. Yeah, so if you can attend online or you can be there in Norway this June to attend the Global Youth Summit, we're going to continue with this conversation and we're going to have a lot of youth from across the world following this conversation. Yeah, so if you would like more details on how to participate to an event, but for now, you'll support yourself to go. But yes, if you want to know how you'd attend, you can follow me or other youth coordinators who are around the room. Thank you so much. And now I return the mic to Karsan. Okay, so Karsan is not here, but now we're going to go for lunch. And unfortunately, we have only 30 minutes. So if when we come back, we are going to have an intergeneration dialogue. And that is a dialogue we're going to have with the parliamentarians from across Africa. They are going to come here and we're going to have a very nice discussion. So be ready, go eat, be full, drink water, come back here at 2 o'clock. Make sure you take your coupon. Yeah, I'll get from Kitty and then I'll send it.
Nipige moja hapa kwanza kwenye platform na hii Africa IGF. My Nigerian. That brain is big. Nitapiga picha na ule Nigeria. I need a photo with the big brain. You challenge. Mm.
Okay, yes. Okay. Okay, yes, Alonso. Mic check. Okay, yes, hello. Mimi naongea nikiwa hapa. Wengine kama chini alikuwa anaongea hapa hivi. Okay, yes, Alonso. Microphone check. Solution ipo. Okay, yes, Alonso. Mic check. Okay, yes, hello. Okay. Okay, yes. Okay. Yeah, yes.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi.
Just there. Yes, please. When she's done, she can. Okay. Huh? Okay.
Okay, today is when you take in the news right here. Tomorrow I will have one session in the evening, which is the only session I propose is on Saturday morning.
Okay.
Then that's fine. I think we can find time tomorrow during the day. The two of us. Right? Yes. Yeah. And then we can also but in our we have a team.
So are you opening the session?
Sure.
What is anybody for? Then 10 minutes or 5 minutes?
I think two minutes.
Oh.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Lovely to see you all here again. And I'm really happy to see new faces and also familiar faces since the morning session. You're about to be starting our next session, which I will share the description. So this session brings together pioneers of Africa Early WISE's efforts, World Society Information Systems, and today's youth change maker to reflect on progress and shape the future. We'll explore the roots of multi-stakeholder cooperation and engage in intergenerational dialogue to co-create a roadmap for resilient digital institutions through panels and youth-led breakout labs. So basically, this is going to be a very interactive dialogue between the young people and the MPs. And I have the distinct honor of calling on stage Ms. Mariam Jobe, one of the moderators for this session, and also Mr. Kuku Sam from GIZ African Union. A round of applause, please, to our moderators as they come on stage.
Hello, good afternoon. You're not loud enough. You were louder for her. Why? Good afternoon. I've been trying to learn how to say some greetings in Swahili, but I don't know. How is it again? I'm very bad today. I promise I haven't eaten and I haven't slept. So my excuses for being very bad at Swahili, but I did learn asante sana. I think it means thank you very much. Am I right? Yeah? Yes, all right. Thank you, thank you. So my name, as widely introduced, is Mariam Job, and I'm a youth coordinator for the West Africa IGF, and I also serve the West Africa IGF Secretariat, where I coordinate the parliamentary track on the Secretariat of the network as well. With me today, I have Mr. Sam from Jersey African Union. I'll just briefly let him introduce himself before we dive into the session.
Hello, I am Kuku Sam, and I work with the GIZ African Union office as a data policy advisor, and I also need a new project called AI Made in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam. Yes, just to give you guys a brief description of the session today we've brought together the parliamentarians and the young people in the room, and we've also brought some of the people who were present during Africa's early engagement in the World Summit on Information Society with the new generation of young internet leaders to shape digital policy across the continent. And it is a very rare and powerful space, and I would always just give give thanks to the parliamentarians who are very committed to the cause of digital governance in the region and have been engaged by committing their time, their resources, and their willingness to always support the work that we do and ensure that our reflections, our experiences, and our needs are also reflected in our individual countries in their parliaments. So as we approach the 20-year review of WSIS, it's important now more than ever to assess how far we've come and how we can move forward with intergenerational alliances that are bold, resilient, and grounded in African realities. This session is not just about looking back and making reflections on some of the things that worked, some of the things that didn't work, but also about bridging the legacy of WSIS with the energy of the youth in the room today. And that's why we decided to invite the parliamentarians to join us today. So we want to unpack the principles that shaped Africa's early digital diplomacy and co-create pathways for policy, partnerships, and capacity building that will define the next 20 years in Africa's digital cooperation. Just a brief rundown of the next 1 hour, which I'm really hoping will stay within an hour or less because of time. I will briefly introduce 2 people to come on board in a short while, just to give some brief remarks rather, on the WSIS, what the WSIS is about, what it's done, and also a brief remark on the WSIS review on Africa that happened in Benin sometime last week, or 2 weeks ago, sorry. And we will open dialogue that will be guided by 3 to 4 questions, which will be shared by my colleague. And then I'm sure some of you have received papers in listed 1, 2. Yes? Has anyone in the room not received a paper with a number 1 or 2? If you haven't, raised your hand, and one of my colleagues will come to you. Yes, so the room in the last 30 minutes of the session is going to be divided into 2 for an interactive dialogue that will then be presented to the open room again. But when it's the time for that, I will give a proper introduction on how that is going to go. For now, I would like to call on Mr. Greg Stanley Adamson from the UK government, just to say a few words about the WSIS post review process. Please, come on board. A round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a quick introduction. My name is Craig Stanley Anderson. I am the Head of Internet Governance for the UK Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. It's great to be here. The UK is a massive supporter of the IGF and the African IGF, and I'm pleased that this is my second one. I was in attendance in Addis last year and heard the rich conversations that came out of that. So just quickly, a little sort of run back about what is the World Summit of Information Society. It was born 20 years ago with the rise of the internet, and it became the first global framework for open societies and digital technologies at that particular time. So it was really sort of groundbreaking event. Over the years, it's really sort of focused on connectivity issues, satellites, digital skills, and technologies as they've emerged. There was a 10-year review in 2015, and another review has been commissioned for this year at the end of 2025, which will result in a UN General Assembly resolution. The success of WSIS is basically down to its richness of diverse views, and this is all down to the importance of stakeholder engagement, multi-stakeholderism. We have youth here today, we have parliamentarians, we have academia, we have technical community, and we have industry. This is what makes WSIS work, and this is what makes the internet as we know work, and this is what makes the development of technologies and their governance work as well. Now, the way in which WSIS works is purely down to consultations, open consultations amongst stakeholders. The IGF is a part of that, so it's really about events like this where we share views, governments listen, we share information, we share perspectives, and that will hopefully lead to something that will be enriching at the end of this year process. The UK has a strong example on this. We work with our stakeholders on a regular basis. We listen to them, we take on their views. They are at the user end, they are at the development end of these technologies, and it's their expertise that is crucial, and it's your expertise and passion that's going to be crucial to this process too. Now, the WSIS +20 process has already begun. There have been a number of consultations that will take place over the coming weeks and months. As I say, it'll be a process run largely out of New York General Assembly, but similarly, it will take place in countries regions like this, in Geneva at the UN as well, and furthermore. So one thing I could say is that you should really look to engage in these processes as much as you can. Now, there might be national level ones, there might be regional level. I know the African Union and UNECA do a lot of work in this space, but there's also the UN IGF and many other ways in which you can respond to consultations online. So I really would encourage you to look at the UN DESA website, which will have all the information needed for you to be able to participate and engage. And the success of all of this is what leads to the global IGF and everything that we're here to do today. Now, without WSIS, we would not have the IGF, and with IGF, we would not have new leaders coming from developing countries, and particularly areas such as Africa. We would not have the increase of community networks and information exchange points, which was largely driven by work that the IGF has done. So that's why it's really important, again, to say that this is something to engage in. WSIS Plus 20, though, also needs to be something that is future-focused. It needs to work towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in the 2030 review that's coming up in a few years. And it really needs to look at the new challenges that we're all facing. Now, I know some of the conversations I've had here today, and I know some of the things I've heard in sessions, the likes of artificial intelligence is crucial, disinformation, which we've had conversations on today, as well as data governance. But there's a lot more as well. There's a lot more we can do about actually achieving the connectivity goals that we have. Now, that's not through usual rhetoric that we might have at international level. This is actually drawing upon something that can be tangible, such as community networks. We can also need to do more to bridge the gender digital divide. And there's a lot more we can do as well to really harness human rights within this and bringing together a lot of the community work that many of you do here in this room, making sure that that is at the forefront of the information and the views that you're putting forward to the United Nations, to your countries and to your communities during this process. I'm going to sort of stop there and sort of say that I'm really looking forward to hearing the exchange of views here. The UK has a number of positions and a number of things that we want to put forward into this review, but we're also here to listen to what is important to the African continent as well. And it's about finding that common ground, not just in this room here, but more globally. So I do look forward to listening to what everyone has to say here. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adamson. I think just to echo what he said, this year actually is a very important year in the internet governance processes because of the WSIS Plus review. It's the 20th year, and the last 20 years we've been meeting annually. And well, for the last 14 years for Africa, we've been meeting annually as well to discuss internet governance processes, digital governance processes in our countries, in our subregions, in our continent. And this year might be the year where we really sit and review what we've done so far have we come, and how do we move forward. And as he mentioned, at national level, there are consultations being held, sub-regional level and regional levels as well. And so I would like to invite Madam Arjanatu from Benin, who was part of the consultations in Benin that was held 2 weeks ago. A round of applause for her, please.
Mesdames, Messieurs, je voudrais m'exprimer en français. Merci à vous tous. Bonsoir. Je prends donc la parole avec un plaisir pour vous rendre compte, pour vous apporter l'événement qui a eu lieu à Cotonou, c'est-à-dire le SMC 20 que nous avons organisé à Cotonou, que la CIA a co-organisé avec l'Assemblée nationale du Bénin. Alors, cette activité, cet événement a été avec la présence effective du ministère du numérique naturellement et des organisations internationales qui ont participé activement à cet événement. Alors, sous l'auspice de la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique, le gouvernement béninois a organisé les 14 et 16 mai 2026 le SMC, le Forum sur la société, le Forum africain sur la société de l'information à Cotonou. Alors, 17 pays ont participé à cet événement majeur et des discussions très nourries, très instructives et inclusives ont eu lieu. Je vais donner les constats clés qui ont meublé ces discussions. Les discussions ont révélé une avancée notable, telle que l'essor des services financiers numériques, la croissance de l'usage du mobile et l'adoption des cadres régionaux à l'instar de la stratégie numérique de la CEDEAO. Toutefois, des défis persistants freinent notre potentiel collectif. Nous avons remarqué que seulement 39% de la population africaine est connectée à l'Internet. Et il est relevé le coût élevé de la connectivité et l'inégalité d'accès dans les zones rurales et les pénuries, des cadres juridiques fragmentés et des lois sur la protection des données encore absentes dans la majorité. La sous-représentation des femmes, des jeunes et des personnes handicapées dans la politique numérique. L'absence de compétences avancées en intelligence artificielle, l'ordre, cybersécurité et gouvernance des données. Au bout de ces 2-3 jours d'assises, des recommandations ont été formulées face à ces constats et une déclaration a été adoptée, a été retenue qui fixe une feuille de route claire et ambitieuse pour l'Afrique numérique d'ici 2030. Elle repose sur 7 axes prioritaires. Accélération de la connectivité. Couverture au débit de 95% pour les pays avancés et 75% pour les émergents. Réduction de 50% du coût des données mobiles. Inclusion et compétences. Intégration des compétences numériques dans les curricula nationaux. Mise en place des centres d'excellence en IA et Big Data. Gouvernance éthique de l'IA. Adoption des cadres réglementaires clairs, équitables et adaptatifs. Promotion d'une IA inclusive et transparente. Au niveau de la cybersécurité et des données, l'harmonisation des lois sur la protection des données, la maturité minimale en cybersécurité pour tous les pays d'ici 2030, l'infrastructure numérique publique, interopérationnalité et déploiement des services numériques accessibles et fiables, intégration régionale et commerce électronique, harmonisation des politiques fiscales et douanières, déploiement des plateformes des e-commerce à l'échelle continentale, participation au mécanisme et suivi du SMC, mise en place d'un index de performance numérique africain, organisation d'examens ministériels annuels entre pairs. Conclusion, mesdames et messieurs, la transformation numérique de l'Afrique est un projet politique, économique et sociétal. Elle ne peut se faire sans une gouvernance inclusive, des partenariats stratégiques et une mobilisation résolue de nos partenaires parlementaires. En tant que responsable donc du réseau des parlementaires du numérique, je plaide pour que nous soyons les architectes de cadres juridiques modernes adaptés à notre réalité et porteurs d'espoir pour notre jeunesse. En ce qui concerne la jeunesse, il y a une représentante de la jeunesse avait fait des observations par rapport à la collaboration plutôt entre intergénérationnelle. À ce propos, la jeunesse avait demandé, puisque c'est de la jeunesse qu'il s'agit ici, qu'une oreille plus attentive soit accordée à leurs préoccupations, étant donné que la jeunesse constitue, je pense, les 70% d'utilisateurs de l'IA et du numérique. Et ceci, bien entendu, a suscité des commentaires pour dire que aujourd'hui, autant que nous sommes ici, nous travaillons pour la prospérité. Nous travaillons pour les jeunes et même en plus que vous, les jeunes ici présents, travaillez pour la prospérité. Parce que le numérique, l'IA est en pleine mutation perpétuelle et il y a beaucoup à découvrir, il y a beaucoup à venir. Donc, en tant que demain, l'IA de demain ne sera en aucune façon celui que nous connaissons aujourd'hui, avec ses défis et ses opportunités. C'est pourquoi une interaction, une collaboration bien soutenue entre les femmes, les jeunes et les personnes moins jeunes, je n'aime pas dire les vieilles personnes, les personnes moins jeunes est très indispensable parce que c'est une ensemble, en complémentarité, que nous allons profiter de la pleine potentialité, n'est-ce pas, que nous offre aujourd'hui l'Internet et l'identification et l'IA. Parce que la jeunesse puise dans sa jeunesse, dans sa fougue, pour aborder toutes les questions, et les moins jeunes puisent dans leur richesse. La richesse, c'est quoi? Dans leur expérience de ce qui est déjà vu, parce qu'il s'agit de construire le numérique et l'IA pour l'Afrique, pour, comment je peux l'exprimer, adapté à nos réalités africaines. Alors, vous, la jeunesse, vous apportez votre savoir et nous sommes là pour apporter l'expérience afin que nous construisions un avenir meilleur en ce qui concerne le domaine du numérique et de l'IA. Je vous remercie.
Another round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. Just 4 keywords. Strategic partnerships, youth, multi-stakeholderism, and inclusivity. Those are the keywords that stood out to me in her deliberation. And to move forward, time is not on our side. I would now introduce Mr. Sam to, well, he's already been introduced. I would now allow Mr. Sam to lead the open dialogue on the discussions that we'll have today. Yes.
Thank you very much. So this is when we want our youth and our MPs to interact. And so we will start with the first guiding question for this interaction. Please, if you take the mic in the interest of time, make your submissions concise and straight to the point. And so maximum 2 minutes per contribution. And the first guiding question is this: which principles from WSIS still hold strong? And which ones do you think we need to reframe? Please, you can raise up your hand and then the mic will be given to you so that you can make your intervention. Thank you. Who kickstarts? Yes, I can see.
Repeat your question.
Yes, I was asking which of the WSIS principles still hold strong, and which ones do you think we need to reframe? But let me do it this way. In the interest of time, let me share all questions, and then we leave you to deliberate. And then the second one is, what practical ways can we institutionalize youth involvement in digital lawmaking? Then the third one is, where are young people's voices missing in national digital policy processes? So yeah, we want our young people to speak. And finally, we all know that there is a WSIS review process ongoing. So we would like also to know, as part of the WSIS plus 20 review process, the mandate renewal of the IGF will be discussed. How would the youth and MPs an IGF that is more effective and better cater to their needs? So the floor is open. You can address any of the questions.
Thank you. My name is Mofat Mapunda. I'm from the organization called YOED, Youth and Women Development. I'm Tanzanian. Okay, I will be discussing in that question, which youth involvement in policy making. So we have seen, according to the statistics, the users of internet in big numbers are used, but the policy makers and all the governments or all the system which are making policies, there is a gap between policy makers and the police users, policies, like the one who are using those laws. We are the youth, and then we are the one who are using much internet. And at this time, we all receive the policies and the laws on what we do, we don't have to do or what we should do. But we have not been included in maybe when we want, they are making those policies before they should include youth for adding some things or for understanding what is going to be implemented. But what we are doing is we just receive. What I can advise, maybe we can have a parliament of African youth. When they, before making those policies to be implemented, they should include them so that they will understand what are they thinking also. Because there is different eras here. We are living in different eras. The modern eras and then the previous one. Our elders, they were having those kind of code taboos, whatever. But this modern world, we don't use those kind of taboos. So if we just apply the internet, or we're just being used, and then they'll just give us maybe don't do this, they stop us. What I need is that we can have also a parliament for youth. Before having those kind of policies to be implemented, they should consider us. So youth inclusions in policy making, it needs to be like a parliament somewhere. Like the way they sit there, they discuss, they allow those things to be used, but they should include us before correcting our advice, and then they should go and apply. It will stop this bullying, whatever, and those kind of things.
Thank you for your submission.
Ok, bonjour à tout le monde. I would like to speak in French. Je me nomme Abdeljalil Bachar, donc je suis le coordinateur de l'IGF national du Tchad et l'un des membres fondateurs de Youth IGF. Je pense qu'avant tout, nous remercions les parlementaires d'être là ici à l'écoute, à la jeunesse. Donc nous vous remercions pour cela. Nous aimerions que le même exercice ça va se passer au niveau national aussi. Surtout quand ça vient dans le domaine de loi, la conception de loi que le gouvernement propose ou bien que les honorables proposent à l'Assemblée. Il fallait aussi en même temps demander surtout l'avis de la jeunesse, la femme, c'est très important. Parce que tout ce qu'on est en train de le faire, c'est pour impacter la génération actuelle et la génération future. Donc, d'où la nécessité d'avoir certaines fenêtres, surtout écouter la jeunesse sur tout ce qui se passe comme loi. Par exemple, loi sur l'éducation, la transformation digitale. Maintenant, avec les nouvelles technologies, les intelligences artificielles utilisées plus par les jeunes. Et donc, je pense qu'il faut être trop regardant sur ça et nous impliquer plus sur la consultation, et ça va être trop participatif, etc. Et autre chose aussi, dans la délégation parlementaire ou bien gouvernementale, demander l'implication de la jeunesse, par exemple dans les instances de l'Union africaine, que ce soit dans les instances des Nations Unies, dans les négociations qui sont clés. Et surtout la révision des WISIS 20, c'est très important de se préparer. Il faut s'assurer que ça soit au niveau des Nations Unies, là-bas à New York, que ça soit au niveau du Genève, que la voix de la jeunesse est vraiment impliquée dans les délégations officielles. Parce que nous n'avons pas surtout les moyens nécessaires financiers pour se prendre en charge. Ça, c'est très important. Et le troisième point, c'est le renforcement des capacités qui est très important. Nous avons besoin de cela. Donc, nous devrons toujours collaborer ensemble pour que cette synergie d'action y ait. Donc, je vous remercie.
Thank you. Okay. You will finish and then you bring the mic in front. Yes, please bring them. Yes, you too.
C'est une proposition que je m'en vais faire. Nous savons que le cadre par excellence pour l'élaboration des lois, et c'est au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale, au niveau de les politiques, les partis politiques, et aussi dans le gouvernement. Et je propose que la jeunesse s'intéresse beaucoup plus, n'est-ce pas, à s'intégrer dans ces structures, et que les parlements fassent en sorte qu'il y ait de l'espace pour les jeunes. Par exemple, je connais le Parlement des jeunes. Nous avons chez nous au Bénin le Parlement des jeunes. Je pense qu'il faut encourager des structures de ce genre. Et mon précédent, celui qui vient de l'honorable, enfin, la personne qui vient de prendre la parole a parlé du renforcement des capacités. La jeunesse a besoin d'être renforcée et le cadre idéal sont ce que je viens d'énumérer. Je vous remercie.
Um, 2 minutes, please. And then when she's done, you bring it. All right.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. My name is Jacqueline Amongin. I'm a member of parliament from Uganda. I represent Uganda in the East African Legislative Assembly And I would like to commend IGF for organizing a specific event focusing on the young people, because we cannot talk about the young people without the young people. That's very paramount. And then also the future is young. 70% of our population is young people. And in Africa, you've realized that among the young people, 30% of the young people are employed. The majority are not employed. And then when we are looking at addressing the WSIS agenda and the GDC, you cannot talk about all the principle of WSIS without realigning the youth, even the women. Because we are talking about creating employability within Africa, it means that the young people, majority of whom have access to phones, even when they are in rural areas, they are able to walk long distances to make sure that their phones, their gadgets are charged so that they are able to connect to the internet. Capacity building is key for young people, especially in the new technologies like the Internet of Things, the artificial intelligence and all that. Because eventually, whether we want it or not, we will have to get there. Then our young people who are always on these gadgets must be very important. But then the other thing is that I'm a member of parliament. I've been a member of parliament for the last, maybe this is my 13th year. When they are doing legislation, I came to parliament when I was young, just like any of you. I was 23 then. And I know that any of you can do that in wherever country you come from. But as young people, what I could advise, normally when they are doing legislations, even in the country, there must be an ambition that you have as a young person, either in internet governance or in the other areas. When we are doing consultations in terms of coming up with a legislation or a bill, it's important, as I conclude, of course, it's important to make sure that you have interest, because when they are doing consultations in a country, all the other stakeholders are invited, including the young people, the women, the people with disability. So it's important to be interested in some of these aspects, because the young people are many. For example, in Uganda, where I come from, 70% of the population is young people. So when they are consulting, they will probably say the leadership of the youth council, the leadership of the students council, and that's it. And yet when you have interest, you can actually contact your MPs and say, hey, this is a gap. We are talking about internet governance and internet governance promotion, especially for young people. This ABCD is lacking. What do we do in regards to prioritizing interests of young people in the legislation that is being developed? I think that is but of course, right now, as the East African community, we are coming up with a bill on the data protection, cyber security. I think that's an area for those young people who come from the East African region to interest themselves, because these are all interrelated and interlinked issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you can't talk about young people without the young people being present, and also the young people need what? Capacity building, and they have to show interest to be involved. If please kindly give the microphone to her. Oh, okay. Then when we finish, you'll go there. Please, 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. I can stand up and I can stand up. Please, Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français. Ça me fait bizarre de parler aux jeunes alors qu'ils sont derrière moi. Je suis l'honorable Vwanga Christelle, élue de Kinshasa, République démocratique du Congo. Je me suis levée parce que la question de la jeunesse m'intéresse particulièrement, parce que moi-même, je suis produit des mouvements des jeunes de la société civile. Et c'est mon deuxième mandat au Parlement. Lorsque j'étais élue, j'avais 29 ans. Et j'étais la meilleure élue de la ville de Kinshasa, qui est la capitale. C'est pour vous dire que, puisque le collègue a parlé tout à l'heure de l'expérience de la jeunesse et de l'action de la jeunesse, les parlements des jeunes, c'est très bien, mais il faut qu'on se le dise que ce n'est pas là où se trouve le changement. Je pense que beaucoup des jeunes sont dans la société civile, beaucoup des jeunes sont également dans les partis politiques, mais l'idéal serait pour les jeunes de définir aussi ce qu'ils veulent. Vous savez, aujourd'hui, quand on parle de Julius Nyerere, Lumumba, on a l'impression que c'était des grands-papas, mais en réalité, c'était des jeunes. C'était des jeunes qui ont changé l'histoire parce qu'ils ont osé. Il est évident que lorsque vous choisissez d'aller dans un parti politique, N'allez pas comme ces jeunes-là qu'on va appeler lorsqu'il n'y a que mobilisation, lorsqu'il faut aller applaudir le chef de parti. Mais il faut que vous soyez reconnaissable au sein de votre parti politique avec une ambition très bien connue. Et on doit choisir soit la société civile, soit la politique active. Et si vous voulez être ces jeunes-là qui peuvent apporter un changement, moi, je vous conseillerais d'oser. D'oser la carrière politique. Et je pense qu'à travers cette carrière, vous pouvez changer beaucoup de choses. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. My name is Catherine Muma. I'm a senator from Kenya. And I'd like to thank the organizers for this intergenerational conversation that we are having here. My view is that we have a lot when it comes to digital technology and competences. It is us, older generation, who can learn a lot from the youth. When it comes to policy making and the protocols around policy making, you can learn something from us. So I will use this opportunity to say something about policy making. One, when it comes to governance, governance uses the tools of policy by the executive, laws by the legislature, budgets to implement what is in the policy, strategies to roll the detail of what is in the policy. So if it is not in policy, it is unlikely to be in the budget, therefore it is unlikely to be implemented. If it is in law, it is very powerful. It means you must do it. So even as you organize as youth, learn, taking into account the fact that some of us and many legislators don't understand issues around tech, you need to work with us to define what you want to see in law in order to assist us and give us the capacity to be able to put it in law, to be able to articulate it in parliament, to be able to negotiate it in parliament for it to pass into law, if you want it to be a law. If you want it to be a policy, you need to read the policies in the sector that you are interested in order for you to identify that this issue which affects us is or is not there. If it is there, you need to go and look at the budget to see, have they put a budget line to implement this thing that is in policy? If it's not there, you need to advocate for a budget line in order for it to happen. If it is not in policy, you want to negotiate a review of that policy in order to include it. I'm finishing. I'm just finalizing.
Okay.
I hope I'm making some sense.
Yes.
So if you start there, then chances are you'll bring to Catherine a good law that will pass. Bearing in mind also, we also have young people in parliament, not have the capacities in digital technology. You also need to ensure that. Thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead. And this will be our last. You also want, okay, last two interviews.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Anthony Suma, an MP from Ghana. From about 2-3 persons that have spoken, it's so clear that there is no better way of having the youth represented or their voice represented than the youth being part of the legislature, isn't it? People have indicated they entered parliament at a young age. It may not be too feasible, but it is possible. It has happened. If you look at African parliaments, the youth representation is gradually increasing. So that is one of the best way, the ideal way. In some situations, we have representations from various sectors of the society. When you don't have that, then you have to be active and get into parliament yourself and advocate for yourself. Secondly, every MP has a responsibility to engage his people. So if there's a matter that is important or you want reflected in legislation, you can easily write and submit to your MP and your MP will put it as a memorandum to the committee that is looking at the legislation. You can read your MP through social media. In other jurisdictions, we have youth parliament. We have youth parliaments. And through the youth parliament, you can be represented. You can ask for an opportunity to meet the committee that is looking at the legislation, and it is always accepted. You put in your request that this legislation.
Honorable, please, your 2 minutes is up.
Thank you. I will conclude. This legislation, you have an interest, and this is your interest. You best put it on paper, and it will be considered. So there are several fora. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Vusumus Moyo. I'm from Zimbabwe. I know all these other honorables have spoken. Mine is a testimony. The voices, one of the principles, it talks about participation. I'll tell you about my story. At 21, I was available. You need to make yourself available. They're talking about that. You need to make sure that you engage your communities on issues, be it social issues, political issues. At 21, I was a councillor. Standing here, I'm a former serving deputy mayor of the city of Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. We're so privileged that in our country, we've amended our constitution. And from the 10 provinces, our country is made up of 10 provinces. There are 10 MPs that are elected on a proportional basis, proportional representation basis. Over and above, when the young ladies, we have the party lists, and it's mandatory that they should be involved. But you cannot make it in the list if you don't participate. Yes, they are talking about that you should make sure you engage them. But there's no better representation, better than making yourself available, be involved in some of these processes so that we will discuss these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just an observation from us. Only one youth probably spoke. And
Yeah, I mean, we had people raise their hands. Well, he's a youth slash. I used. He's a youth slash MP. So time is not on our side, and the breakout session that we're about to have will actually permit you to make those reflections and the presentation that's going to be made by your group. So I'm so sorry, but we have other sessions that are going to be held, and you've been given cards listed 1, 2. So I'm going to disrupt the sitting arrangement a little. If you're in group 1, please be in this side. If you're in group 2, please relocate to this side. As soon as possible. I'm timing you 2 minutes. If you're not in any group, I'm going to sanction you. I always say that I'm going to be a dictator if I were a president. Group 2 to the left and group 1 to the right. Do you have a card? For those who don't have papers, Mr. Usai-Cage, if you don't have a paper, just raise your hand and a paper will be handed to you. There's one without a paper in green behind. Yes, please. It's safer. Group 1, this side, no paper. This side. Group 1 is on the right side. Group 2.
Why are you calling me? Your phone. Where's your phone? Oh, you are number 1.
You have 40 seconds, please. Group 2, please move to the other side. Which one do you want to lead? I'm good with leading. You want to do both? Yes. Group 1 will focus first, group 2 will focus. So you will go to that session and support that? Okay. Okay, are we settled? We have 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Senator, if you are not in your group by the time, 5 seconds. 2, 1. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And again, once again, I apologize for disruption, but I really would just like to have a mix-up of the people rather than the way they were sitting arranged. So we have 15 minutes, also going to be timed, and we're going to have a focus group. Group 1, that is this area. Why do I feel like this area has more people? Does it? Okay. Well, life is not always fair. But group 1, we want you to focus on priority digital policy areas. Over the next 15 minutes, we want you to think and reflect, and this, of course, will be led by 2 team leaders. It can be democratic, it can be authoritarian, I don't know. But it will be led by 2 team leaders, and I want you to reflect on 2 or 3 digital policy areas where youth and policymakers can co-create solutions starting now, as in when this IGF is over. How do we co-create solutions from the 1st of June? Group 2, you will focus on partnership ideas and capacity building needs on how to build trust between generations in shaping Africa's digital agenda, mix of youth and parliamentarians. Are there any questions? For group 2, also, you're going to identify 2 team leads who will come here to present your points or deliberations. You're going to focus on partnership ideas and capacity building needs on how do we build trust between generations in shaping Africa's digital agenda. You may gather insights from the AU digital transformation agenda, the data policy framework, anything on how to partnership ideas and capacity building needs. That is for group 2. Any questions on this side before I start the time? Do you want me to elect 2 group leaders, or you'll do it yourself? You've done so already. You're looking for the second leader. So 1 female volunteer, they're looking for a woman. Remember, you're going to come to the panel up here. Okay, no questions at this end? All good. Do we have 2 group leaders at that end to present? No group leaders? We've identified 1 man. A woman. No, we can't have 2 men. Equality, sir. Okay, well, I am starting the time. You have 15 minutes. It can be a 1-pager. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your time starts now. In case you need the moderators to come around, if you have questions, feel free to just call our attention. time right now is 13 seconds. 13 minutes, I mean. All right, the time is now visible on your screen so you know how much time you have. Tick tock, tick tock. You have 4 minutes, 47 seconds. Two minutes, 23 seconds. One minute until I invite the group leaders to come and present their deliberations results. 20 seconds. You want to invent them? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mr. Usekeje, if I find you still speaking, I'm going to count your team out. Deliberations have ended. 15 minutes is what you had. 15 minutes is what you will use. Okay, can we please go back to our seats so we can invite our group leaders to come? For group 1, please give a round of applause to Honorable Mboyo and Miss James. Group 1, a round of applause for the 2 group leaders who are still having deliberations even though time is up. Perhaps they do not want to present their deliberations. Miss James. Oh, sorry, that's group 2. Yes. See why hunger is not a good thing. Group 2, please, Honorable Mboyo and Miss James, please come to the stage here. I'm timing you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, they're out. And for group 1, I am inviting Miss Congo and Mr. Mapunda. A round of applause for them as well. I see these are the 4 trusted people across the room today. And I would like to start with group 1. Miss Sam, we'll start with group 1. Yes, in 5 minutes, please present the results of your deliberations on the 2 or 3 priority areas that have been identified where you feel that youth and policymakers can co-create solutions starting now, at the very end of this forum. How do they move forward by creating solutions together? Group 1, you have the floor. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. We're going to discuss first of all, in a political leadership. We all understand that political is the best, is the main key, which is conducting all those things which we are doing. And when we use all the policies, the one who are controlling those policies or making policies are politicians. But now there is a problem, and then there is a gap. Politicians, they are not more capable in technical. So what we need is, we need that to have a technical committees, the people who are technically, so that they can be adding the actual things when they discuss. We know in politics, even if we want to choose the member of parliament, like youth representative, they're just pinpoint from the political parties only. They choose their people from their parties. But that's the main problem. But we need the people who are more competent. They know what they're going to discuss. So if you say that only if people that have to represent youth, they have to be in the political parties, that's long. We need people from the actual places. Like if you are an IT, you should be the part or representing according to that thing. Even that's why here in a problem, when they make policies, maybe you should stop using AI. You can stop only using AI, but there is an importance of it. So if we put people who have knowledge, they know what they do, they can add something in making policies. So what we ask you and advise our leaders like MPs, when you want to appoint people, you don't have to choose only your party, so that you can fill the gap, maybe getting those some like kind of funds from other places. What you should do, select the people from the specific areas. That's why we say that we need the people from the little areas and not from the political parties. We know we have a parliament, but they are not the little people who are supposed to represent people. at the right places. So in making policies, they should choose the people from the areas. There are some other guys, they are working in the Uber places. They know what they need, but the people who are going to represent are different from that, their locations. They just know how to do politics and not technical. That's what we are discussing. Maybe I can give a chance to my fellow.
A good day to you all. My name is Kungu Samantha, a young person from Uganda. And another key area that we focused on was youth and innovation, because we are speaking technology, digital inclusion, and if at all we're to think of this, we are going to have to get the youth involved. And I love the fact that most of the African leaders out there are preaching for innovation in their respective countries. We have several innovation hubs that have been put up, but a few of the countries haven't yet adapted to this. But if we can find ways of creating more innovation hubs, and not just the hubs, but let's have the young people involved in these spaces. If we are preaching for the young people to get involved in the innovation bit, because most of the innovations by the young people, if you notice, our minds are still young and creative. But it's just not about being creative. How are we going to protect this? We have seen several innovations out there that never exit the country, or possibly they are bought or sold out to the different entities out there. But how are we going to build Africa for Africa? Let's have innovation hubs, but also let's have capacity building workshops, especially in the grassroots communities.
58 seconds.
Oh, yes, sorry. Especially in the grassroots communities, because we noticed that there is a digital gap between the urban people and the rural people. And yet these people are also innovative and creative. But in order not to leave them behind and have these ideas pushed forward, we are going to have to brief them. We are going to have to teach them, that is digital literacy. So let's find ways of having better data protection, and also let's find ways of briefing the young people, the young innovators, the young people who are innovative in the tech space, to know how to protect their ideas, because these ideas are in turn going to build their respective countries. And I think it is really critical so that we just do not innovate for people out there. Africa for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Group 1. That was insightful and action-oriented. Now over to Group 2, who focused on partnership models, who focused on partnership models and capacity building needs. We're excited to hear how we can build a stronger, more trusting intergenerational alliances to shape Africa's digital future. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm only getting the mic so that I can't come in front and not say anything. But otherwise, Madam Nam here is going to submit our position as Group 2.
Thank you so much. My name is Neema James, and I'm a representative from Group 2. So we have several points here that I have summarized, but in general, what we have discussed is that we need collaboration between the wisdom of elder people and energy of the young people. So as I mentioned these points, you will notice that there is participation of the youths, and also there is participation of elder people from the government places, but also youths from different places. So I can mention the points as follows. We need the involvement of experts and advisors from ICT communities so as to help enhance the regulations and law policies in the process of making the regulations and laws. Also, we need to support youths in funding. When the youths are participating in different digital involvements, many youths have energy, they come up with different ideas, but they lack funding in several places where they're trying to make their way in the digital area. But also, we need more engagement of members of parliament in the consultations, because youths, the way we have discussed, have presented that there is a lack of direct contact with the members of parliament. So we need more engagement and close aligning with the members of parliament in the consultation of making the laws and regulations. But also, we need localizing or customizing of the regulations to suiting the community. Let's say when making regulations in Tanzania, we need the regulations to be, let's say, in Swahili language, so as they can be understandable to people in the community. But also, youth as youth, we need to make effort to participate and listen and engage on the law-making processes, because at the end of the day, it's the laws that will tie us or will make us free. But also, there should be affirmative for youth political participation. There should be a way that can assist us and help youths to help us manage to participate, even though it's indirect, but we can be able to participate. Another point is also to simplify the governance processes. The governance process should be in a way that is simplified so as can be accessible and easily contributed. You can easily contribute to the making the laws or regulations. But also, co-creation of policies should be deliberate and concentrated, but also there should be building trust by providing feedback of the review of the policies to the youth. So let's say when the policies are made, they should be reviewed, and also feedback should be given us to the youths, so as we can know where it was lacking. And yeah, so that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's within time. You know, as young people, we follow the stipulated rules. So, thank you.
Can we give another round of applause for the zeal they have? Over to you. No, thank you so much. I think you've raised some very powerful strategies for trust building and long-term collaboration. And the first point that she made that really got my attention was the collaboration to depend on the wisdom of elders and the energy of the younger people. We have a saying that would translate to a child can be seated. I mean, an elderly person can be seated and see what a child who is standing on a table or a hill will not be able to see. And that is something that in the African society, we cherish and hold on to the wisdom of our elders. And I really like that you pointed that out as well. You see this group? And even with my comment and all the applause, they still have 4, 3, 2, 1 second. Now their time is up. But now I would just like to ask if there's anyone from the floor who would like to briefly respond or build on what the groups have shared before we wrap up. I have some sentiments myself, but my sentiments may not matter. Okay, there's okay, Carson, please take the mic to someone there. I am giving you 1 minute. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, so I'm Arif. I just wanted to say and re-emphasize how important consultation is. In Kiswahili, we say kuna kuunganisha na kuna kujumuisha. Just to say to people you're part of it is not enough. You have to make them be a part of it, and that's how we get ownership. Okay, thank you.
Any other remarks from anyone from the floor? Okay, the famous senator.
I think the only two things I want to say very quickly. The first point from group 2 is that we need the wisdom of the elder and the energy of the youth. The product of group 2 is a good demonstration of that. In this group, the elders guided, but the input came from the youth. And this goes to the youth that you are more than what you think you know. If you had kept quiet, we wouldn't get this applause. So go back to your respective countries and translate this experience into something that works in your respective country. The second point is that what we have done now is well said. When we live here, when can we work towards well done? So that all of these suggestions cannot become actionable items. So that when we meet next year, today we clap for saying it well. By that time, we should clap for doing it well.
Thank you very much. That was a very important point, and that's why these two questions that we divided the room into were really, what can we do from now? As soon as we leave the IGF on Saturday, how do we go back to our individual countries, so individual IGFs, initiatives that we have, or organizations, and make sure that these points are actually something that we start doing. We have someone from, yes, the back over there. The back. Yes. So we'll take two more reflections, one from her and another one, and then I'm afraid we'll have to wrap up. We could go all day, but the parliamentarians have to engage in more sessions. And the young people also have more breakout sessions to engage in.
Good afternoon. My name's Linda Mushi from TTCL. Just had a single question. I wanted to know if there are any programs in place to train the next generation of African digital policymakers.
Do you want to say something? Okay, I will say, you want to say something? Okay, let's have, don't worry, you stay there, we'll give her the mic. An honorable parliamentarian wants to answer your question.
Thank you very much. If you heard me earlier, I said policy is a tool that governments use, not just government. Any organization will have a policy. And then law is part of policy and is done by legislators. So your question amounts to asking, are we training people who can be in government? Are we training possible legislators? And yes, there are mentorship programs around legislative work. I know quite a number that are mentoring young girls to be female legislators and can be. Now, I don't know whether there is a program that is training people to be ministers. Are you getting me? But you are very training that you are good in what you're doing. You are a potential managing director. You are a potential director in a ministry. You are a potential, so whatever you're doing, whatever you've learned is part of training that will put you at the helm of a policy-making body. So find a way, depending on your interest, find a way of linking up. And I'd like to suggest maybe one of the things we could do is that when we live here, can we have a deliberate conversation between the youth who came here and the legislators who came here to just find one little thing that we can do together.
Yes.
In order for us to start doing that mentorship.
Thank you very much. Just to also add on to what the Honorable Parliamentarian mentioned and to answer your questions, there are, like she said, I'm not sure there's exactly a program that would literally train you to be a minister or literally train you to be a parliamentarian in digital policy. But the ecosystem has various opportunities where you get to learn things about digital policy, if that's specifically what you want to do. You have the Africa School of Internal Governance, which was held, in fact, it concluded yesterday, I believe. It's held every year before the Africa IGF. You have the West Africa School of Internal Governance. You have the Internet Society Internal Governance Ambassador Program. And there are various opportunities as well that you can engage in in the community that would just help with learning about digital policy making and things around that area. Now we will take a 1-minute comment from her. And as per Celine's request, at the end of the session, please go back to the workshop you were in this morning for the last parliamentary track.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Shima, and I have a recommendation. I love in partnership from Group 2. I would love to recommend that, and I'd love to start with a quote that sharing is caring. That means that we are young in digital platforms as Africa, and I would love to recommend the people in power and the people making the policies should also support the young people who are trying to innovate their doing innovation around the digital network. And also, as African countries should also try to partnerships outside of the continent to mentor and train a group of youth who will come back with skills, the skills that enable the youth to open workshops so as to train other youth in Africa so that we can all have the skills that are reliable.
Thank you for this exciting session. I will try to summarize some of the points that were shared. So now we have all agreed that there is still a gap between the youth and policymakers, and therefore it's important to involve and include the youth in policy making. And I think if we have all, I mean, it has been repeated here today several times that 70% of Africans are below the age of 30, right? So if we don't make use of the youth, then let's look at it this way. We are not making use of 70% of the intellectual power that we have. And we also agree that there is the need to get the youth interested in national legislative structures. And then also the youth will require capacity building in order to actively participate in policymaking. And when it comes to the work that the two groups did, for the policy areas, I have here the need to focus on youth and innovation and better data protection laws. And in terms of the partnership, I think a lot was said, but they all revolve around the collaboration between the youth and the elderly by bringing the energy of the youth and then the wisdom of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think what we've seen today in this 1 hour or a little over an hour is really the power of an intergenerational exchange. Because what we've begun here, what we started here rather, is we're reimagining how cooperation can evolve with youth at the center. And the parliamentarians here are so willing, they're so committed. And once again, I would like to thank you for your commitment. And with that, I would like to send you back to Celine. All right, thank you very much once again. Nectar, you have your room.
Please, if you could do it quickly. Thank you very much. If we could all grab our seats so we could go to the next session. Okay, thank you, please.
Oh, we have one more session.
Hello. Please, if we could all sit down. Okay. I hope you really enjoyed our session with the honorable parliamentarians. So please, let's settle down as we pivot to our next session. About 8. Thank you. If we could do the festivities later a little bit. Photographer, be quick. Thank you. Just to recap about what has been stated with our honorable parliamentarians, let me just give you a simple explanation of the role of a parliamentarian. The first role of a parliamentarian is to conduct oversight. The second one is representation, and the third one is legislation. Here we have witnessed representation from parliamentarians from all over Africa. So these were voices of fellow Africans who were stating the different opinions and their insights of what is happening. I think they have posed different questions to you all about leadership. Will lead our technical institutions. And part of the declaration which has been stated here by the Honorable Senator Catherine Muma from Kenya is that people in the room here should make a declaration on how we work with our parliamentarians, because we need to conduct oversight and we need strong digital legislation. And when we have presentation from the legislature here showing themselves able to learn, able to make legislation with young people, I think it's a big incentive and inspiration to all of us. So we will be going to our next session now about artificial intelligence. I know, and this is the highlight of the moment, but before I begin, Karibu IGF. Do you remember us saying Karibu IGF? Please say Asante. Karibu IGF. Great. I think there was a group who did an incredible job in clapping. So if we, in Tanzania, we like to Pasha, so let's clap for ourselves. But first to Pasha, let's go. Pasha, 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 Wow. Okay, we'll do it 3 times. Okay. Pasha, 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 Wow. Again, Pasha, Pasha, Wow. And this is for all of you. Thank you very much. And now I would like to welcome our next batch of speakers. Mr. Jordan Kalebu, if you might join us, please, on stage. Mr. Jordan Kalebu, please welcome. A round of applause as we welcome our speakers, please. And Esma, please welcome the lead of the Africa of our local chapter for AI community. Please welcome on the stage, sir. Wonderful. And I think this is a very proud moment because all of these are young Tanzanians who in the artificial intelligence space are doing incredible job. How many of us know what artificial intelligence is? Do you know what it's called in Swahili? Can anybody help? Shout it. Akili? Akili mnemba? I say, sio akili maembe. Well, thank you very much. There's a principle called the Rumpelstiltskin principle. It means when you name something, you have power and ownership out of it. And in Swahili, we have akili mnemba. It means we have ownership of it and power over it. As you can see, power is right here on the panel with us. Open Source and Open Future is the name of our session, where Africa's youth on AI and frontier technologies. What are these frontier technologies? These are technologies in this moment, technologies of the now, the fourth industrial revolution technologies, blockchain, artificial intelligence, big data, 5G and 6G. They all fuse into one thing, which is we are in a system now of creating digital intelligence. Output of man is just not the physical intelligence that we have, but our systems have revolved into this mechanism that they could work for us. Artificial intelligence simply is a system that works on the principles of perception and action to make a deliberate decision, because this is the important part. And that I will ask you, what is a knife to a butcher? What is a knife to a surgeon? And what is a knife to a hoe? It is a tool. It can be used to treat you. It could be used to harm you. But it is just a tool, an extension of the actual human person. For that, I would like to welcome our speakers to just do a short introduction of what they do, who they are, so we can get to know them. And then we'll go straight into our fireside chat. If I might begin with you, sir.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kalebu. I'm a software engineer, but also I'm a founder of a company called Neurotech. So what we do, we have two products in the market. They're all centered around using AI to build solution on language. What do I mean? Like chatbot, helping people sell on WhatsApp. Yeah, so I've been in the AI space for about 7 years, both as a builder, but also as a founder, at the youth again. Yeah, so I'm honored to be here and this fireside chat. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Essa. Big warm applause.
Hi, everyone. My name is Isa Muhammad Ali. I'm the co-founder of the Tanzania AI community. Essentially, this is a community of practice that looks at building the AI ecosystem locally, but also creating opportunities for anyone who wants to be involved in the technology to have the resources, tools, and networks to be able to get into it. We do everything from policy work, advocacy, capacity building, all the way to product development. And largely we build within open source product development for impact. So spaces such as education, healthcare are largely our focus. We have two open source products right now, one to support public teachers, public school teachers, and another to support public health workers within their day-to-day activities. Largely, we build tools to complement and support activities, but we are open to creating a pipeline for youth to get more involved in the technology and also start getting more involved in policy development work. Currently, Tanzania is developing its national AI strategy, and we're expecting that to be launched at the end of July during a national AI forum that should be coming soon. This is not official word. Official word will come from the ministry, of course, but that's what we hear is going to happen.
Thank you very much. As you can hear, Tanzania is leading the frontiers in first developing its national AI policy, but also setting a national dialogue in terms of artificial intelligence. In 1945, there was a man called Alan Turing who designed an Enigma machine. It was used to crack encryption. Now in the AI, we usually have something called the Turing test. If these systems could mimic language, or if it could speak like me in answering a query. So since the 1960s till today, AI has been developing, not just as a tool and algorithmic differentiation that uses a technological stack, but also what it means to society. Most of us might have used different systems that use recommendation algorithms. Example, when you Google something, you might have an option there. That is a recommendation done by an artificial intelligence system with a particular kind of algorithm. But when we think about it, it's really intertwined by the quality of data that we have, by the quality of people that we have, and actually how they're using it to fulfill a particular purpose. And for us being purposeful in AI, I would like to question you, Essa, because you deal with community. Do you think Tanzania as a country and Africa as a continent is ready to take first the opportunities of AI economically, socially, and also importantly, in terms of governance?
Come to our session on Saturday morning to find the answer to that.
Thank you very much.
We're launching so that is an ongoing question. And right now, UNESCO has a framework called the AI Readiness Assessment Methodology that is being rolled out in over 50-something countries across the world, Tanzania being one of them. And that report is being launched on Saturday morning with the Ministry of ICT. So that's largely the question that we're looking at answering. And the fact is that no one is really ready. It's kind of one of those things where we're doing the most we can to be ready, to develop the different pieces that are necessary, because the benchmarks that are necessary are an entire value chain of investment, everything from the data required to the compute required to the talent required. Sure, we can have as much money for investment and as much data and as much compute infrastructure, but if there are no people, youth with the skills, with the talent to build the solutions, then none of that matters. If the builders aren't there, then whether the policy frameworks are in place or not doesn't really matter. So we need to build up all of these pieces together, get the people interested, and have the businesses that want to adopt these solutions coming up. So we're making our way there. A lot more progress has been made in the country than people realize. Over the last 2 years, we've had at least 50, if not more, different research publications originating from Tanzanian academic institutions. And I'm not even talking about the continent yet within artificial intelligence. And there's a big AI conference coming up in August called the Deep Learning Indaba, that is the largest gathering of AI researchers and practitioners across the continent. And the work that is visible there blows your mind. The things people are working on, the startups, the research is insane. So we are a lot more ahead than people realize, but there still is a lot of work to be done.
Thank you very much for those wonderful insights. And I think I could just pivot to you, Mr. Jordan, because Jordan is a proof of young Tanzanians who are self-taught, who were born in the internet, and who utilized the different resources there to create his own startup known as Neurotech. It's one of the best startups in AI in Tanzania, and it shows that we are ready. So, Jordan, what do you think that young people could leverage in the AI space and ecosystem that they could become like you? They could get more skill sets, but also be resourceful in building their country, but their own selves as well.
Yeah, I think when I was starting out, there was not much like guidance on me, like, okay, this is how you go forward. I think all I did is watch a movie inspired and then take a computer, go on YouTube, start Googling and doing stuff. And over time, you find out, oh, I can make a business out of this. Or you find more people who do the same thing and you join up, you build up a company. And then also you find people who can actually help you now take your company to the next step, give you money, clients and stuff. So what do you need to do? For me, I think you just need to start, because there's no much excuse to say, oh, you're waiting for something or government or anything to have things in order for you to build a solution, because we're living in the information age. Everything you need to build something is already available on the internet. The best model, like, I don't know, the open source models, there's DeepSeek, they speak Swahili, they're available for free on the internet. And all you need to do now is utilize this technology. I mean, there's other things you need, you might need, but I think there's still so much information, there's still so much resources on the internet that you can actually use, learn, and build a solution. Yeah, so I think that is it. And then the other thing is maybe find a community. Sometimes if you're doing alone, you might feel like, oh, when you get stuck, it becomes really easy to quit. Yeah, just join a community. There's AI community, but sometimes there's a lot of other community of enthusiasts who are actually building in tech, and it's easier to get, the progress when you are basically aligned with people with common interest. Yeah, I think that's all. I think you just need to get started, and the rest is a history.
That is wonderful. And you mentioned that in your career, you started learning in YouTube and Google. It's because these technologies were available. And today we are at the Africa Internet Governance Forum. It's because young Jordan had access to the internet that he built agency. And agency is a potent thing. Agency is what creates structures. And now, even when we go to AI, we have something called agentic AI, the abilities of AI to make particular decisions by themselves without a man in the loop or human enforcement. And that is happening there. And this is tied within a community, because a community is what creates agency. For me to be a Tanzanian is because I come from somewhere. All my ancestors and my community has created a lot for me to stand here, same as how it comes to this AI systems. But AI systems today have shifted the whole economic, social, and cultural aspects. As you said, there are some open systems that speak Swahili. We do not own that. We have different other aspects that might speak our language and the linguistic aspect of it, but we do not own that. As much as linguistic is a window to opportunity of each and every man to understand themselves, mimi ni nani, I am because, those are basic things. When we create these AI systems, when we create artificial intelligence, agency is tied on that. Essa, you have attended different forums, especially the one in Rwanda. So from an African context where AI now is shifting the economic purpose, compute is very expensive. There are different types of hardware that have to create AIs. What is the opportunity there? And how can we deal with it so that we break the digital divide that will come if we're not careful?
I mean, the digital divide is already there. So it's not even a matter of it coming. It's going to be a matter of how much worse is it going to get. And that's what we need to be really careful about. In terms of the infrastructure and hardware play, well, I have a controversial take there. And it's after coming to the realization of talking to a number of infrastructure investors, the likes of Meta, Google, Microsoft, private sector infrastructure, and that is, they are not going to invest in large-scale infrastructure in every single country. They've said that directly, that it doesn't make economic sense yet. We will see other data center providers and such create the infrastructure necessary, but not at the scale at which necessarily every country should take. And what that means is maybe there's opportunity for us to explore investing in other areas and become specialists at something else. Tanzania has shown a lot of strength in its applied AI research. We produce a lot of applied AI research work from academic institutions like University of Dodoma, Nelson Mandela. And actually something that I noticed recently, a lot of AI startup founders, a good percentage of them come from University of Dodoma. Like, I know, Caleb, if you've noticed that, but a good number of them are UDOM graduates. And UDOM doesn't even have a dedicated AI program. But a lot of startup founders are coming out of there. AI startup founders specifically. And so there's an opportunity for specialization in research and innovation where we build enough infrastructure to sustain and deploy solutions, but not necessarily overinvest in it to become a specialized compute nation, because it seems like Kenya is going to become the compute hub for Eastern Africa with the $1 billion investment that has happened with the G42 and Microsoft, and Visa setting up theirs, and Cassava AI saying they're setting up their AI factory in Kenya as well. There's so much compute investment happening there that it's very unlikely it's going to happen right at a neighboring country. It's much more likely we're going to face pressures to explore collaboration and sharing approaches. And there might be some value in that because it allows us to identify where we can continue investing in more areas. Not to say we don't need infrastructure at all. We will, of course, need certain types of infrastructure to be able to build, to do the research and innovation, to deploy the solutions, but not necessarily as much to do hardcore research or like compute for the entire continent, for example.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned about specialization. In any proper economic system, specialization is what creates economy of scale. And we are here for the Africa Internet Governance Forum, interconnected networks. It means that we need to find a way to collaborate so we can pool resources as much as we want to create an end goal of sustainable but localized indigenous digital technology. Today we have these things called AI factories. The end goal or the end product of an artificial intelligence factory is intelligence. I see so much intelligence here. I see so much power in you all. So think deeply the role that you play today, because AI, artificial intelligence, is a technology that's new to all of us throughout the world. Your grandmother, your mother, your father, and my father as well, and my relatives, we have all been through this wave of technologization together. It shows how much we need to invest. It shows how much it's practical and doable to actually learn, understand, but also be grounded to the core element that it is intelligence and it is a tool. And we are the ultimate sources of intelligence, because even the source code, you know who's the source of the source code? It is all of us here. And just to pivot in that element, that specialization in economic sense is a big parameter, I would like to go back to Jordan to ask you, rather than the journey you've had, I think software now is at a critical point. We have artificial intelligence systems that can actually write software. As a Tanzanian, what do you think is the core purpose of artificial intelligence? And after that, just share briefly any opportunities you might have to our young people here who are expecting to maybe work with you or find themselves within the infrastructure. Just very practical tips on how to begin. Welcome, sir.
Sorry, I think I didn't get well your question. Are you asking? Can you rephrase your question?
Just share simple tips, practically, on the software revolution that has brought artificial intelligence and how our technical community here, and I know there's so many people here from DIT and other universities, might begin.
Yeah, I think talking of software on what brought AI evolution, it's math. It's not software. I think software is like the end product. The end product's like, okay, everything starts with a lot of math there, and then the end goal becomes software. Maybe what I can share, maybe in terms of practical tips. A lot of people think today like the same thing, like AI is going to take up something like take up our jobs like as software engineers. Of course, I mean, when I was starting out, there was something Stack Overflow, right? There's something software used to usually find issues called Stack Overflows. So you go on forum, you ask people are very angry. But right now, I think what AI is doing is trying to like bridge a gap in a way that someone can just wake up today and just be a software developer, you know. So the gap of someone learning to code and building software, I think it's becoming very, very small. And that's what AI is kind of doing to software. Like AI is eating software, but it's in eating software, it's making it more accessible. It means now there is even less barrier to massive amount of young people who want to get into software, because right now you don't need to know the whole thing, what you're trying to do. You just need to know, to have an idea. You need to have an idea. You need to think. You need to know what good look like and what is bad. You need a test, and the rest, I think, you need a test, and then over time, if you want to go deeper to understand more on how it works, on how AI does it, then you can go deeper. So, yeah, I think that's kind of the way I see AI going. I see a lot of people, they're using ChatGPT just as a tool, but they forget there's a huge, massive potential when you start using other tools that can actually take you from being just a consumer of technology to now being a creator and contributor and building something on top of it. And that's what also AI is doing to software, and it's making it very, very accessible. There's massive amount of tools. Like last couple of days, I was just doing a test. I made like a proper e-commerce in 5 minutes, and in one prompt. So I just wrote, I want you to make an e-commerce. Here, the product, what I want to do. This is how you're going to do the checkout. And then in 5 minutes, my commerce is working, and it's already can take payment, can do all of that. In 5 minutes, I didn't have to code for minutes. Now, all this power now land in the hands of the people. Now you decide where you're gonna go on Twitter and grok someone, or you're gonna start using tool like this to kind of build stuff. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. And you have mentioned a very important thing. Now, the programming language that we all have is the language that you speak. Hence, it's very important to create a critical and a proper mindset shift in how we understand and interact with this AI technologies. Because now it's true, you can code in Swahili, you can code in any language, and that's why it was called a programming language. It's human-centered. And I think you have raised, and all our panelists have raised such wonderful insights I've learned. And now I would like to welcome you, dear audience, for questioning any questions you might have, insights or recommendations to our panel. Please welcome.
My name is Isaiah John Kapama, City Officer from AfIGF and the co-founder. I had a question on artificial intelligence. Or I can say, did the artificial intelligence is the source of unemployment?
Thank you. Essa, would you like to take that?
Yes.
Short elaboration, please.
So there are different schools of thought, and I think the question depends over what time frame are we talking about. I think time is an important factor because, as we've seen, the development of different technologies and its impacts will scale over time. And what we've seen is right now, a lot of the development of the tools is focused on augmenting human skill and capacity. But we've also started to see that it is creating a shift in the way people approach certain jobs. One of the tools that Caleb was talking about, Lovable, is very interesting because I know multiple people that have decided not to hire a designer because this AI tool in a single prompt designs their entire website. It has directly taken jobs. So specifically when we talk about employment, there will be an impact. There will be certain people that will be displaced because of the emergence of these kinds of tools. Some of these people, their roles may transform into new things. Some of them will end up becoming self-employed, will become entrepreneurs, will become business owners. One can make the argument that when you run your own business, you're not employed anymore. You don't function by the same rules anymore. And maybe one of the shifts that all of this is going to cause is a lot more people to become entrepreneurs and business owners. And right now, there is no better time to be an entrepreneur because the barrier to entry to build your own digital solution has never been lower. The ability to prototype and build a proof of concept has never been faster than it is right now. You can come up with an idea right now, and before we finish this session, you can have something to show people. That is how fast you can prototype right now. But if we talk about this over the scale of 50 to 100 years, and we assume that the development of artificial intelligence continues to the point of reaching a true artificial intelligence, which means a system capable of operating at the level of human intelligence or greater than human intelligence, then it is very likely that it will displace employment, and that will happen. So what do we do in a future that looks like that? And that's the question we need to answer, because the development of this technology is going to continue. People are not going to stop. Organizations see the value that this can bring. So the development is going to continue. What does that future look like is the question we need to answer.
Thank you very much. That deserves a big round of applause. It's important to know that now the barrier of entry to being successful in intelligence and building systems is actually instantaneous. So please, any other questions? We will take one more last question right here because we are running out of time, but our panelists will stick around after. So one more question, and then we'll give a round of applause to our panelists as they share their parting thoughts. Right there, please. Our lady. Yes. You.
Asante. Good evening. Yes, I know you are tired, but it's still you are youth, and you have been reminded most of population in Africa are youth. I'm not youth anymore. I'm 40 years now. So at least you have answered the part of the question was AI is losing jobs of people. I am a teacher in the higher learning institution, University of Dar es Salaam. My name is Soma Nengelo. But I was scared when AI was introduced by the university, talking about that it will lose jobs. Yes, Hassan Ali Mohammed, right? Is it the right name? Yeah, you have answered some part of my question, but I'm still thinking, what is AI community? We are still learning about AI, but I would like to be part of it also, so that I specialize in that area for my PhD studies, to know and also to tell other people what is it and how to apply it. Because it scares when people are being told you are going to lose your job. In what sense now? Maybe you can help me out so that we build that community of AI so that people will keep on learning and learning and learning for future. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have built that community. It's been around since 2019, but slowly over time, it's been gaining more awareness and brand recognition. So if you go to our website, if you just Google Tanzania AI community, you'll find a way to join the community. And in fact, what we're doing right now is we are creating a public platform for you to find anyone and everyone active in Tanzania. If you go onto the website right now, you'll see a join the community, and that will lead you to the Tanzanian AI directory. This is a public platform that will show you profiles of people in the AI space in the country. It will show you companies and startups that are active in the space. It will show you projects and research work that are going on in the country in AI, and it will show you institutions that are active in AI in the country as well. All this information is publicly available, and we are continuing to scale it up. We just started rolling it out last week, actually. So it's a very new platform. And we'll continue to make this accessible. And over time, there are a lot of events that different community members and different organizations do. Kalebu and his group have their generative AI meetup haven't done one in a bit, but hopefully soon coming up. Okay, so they have events as well that are open, and they do it with different partners like Stanbic Biashara Incubator, with D-Lab as well. You've done one with D-Lab, right? Yeah, and I'm sure they can do more at the university as well. So there are a lot of these networks and groups that come together to do these types of sessions, and the community can bring things together nicely.
And it's free. It's free.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that. And I think let's give a big warm round of applause to our panelists here. I'm sorry we are short on time, but you can please move. Go back to your seat. Thank you so much. Another big warm applause. They'll be here, and it's good to see so many young people in Tanzania sharing these spaces. For that, I would like to welcome my co-host here to seg us to the next closing section. I know we are all tired, but don't worry, we still have a beautiful night and we'll be engaging. Nectar, welcome. Yeah, and before that, Mr. Kuzeifi, if you could join me, please. So Dr. Kuzeifi and I go back a long time. When I was beginning in the internet space ecosystem, he became a friend of mine. So it's quite an honor having friends from all over Africa coming here to share our culture. So welcome, sir. And he will be sharing the closing remarks.
Yes, I'm a little bit tall, so the mic right to my mouth. أحييكم بتحية الإسلام الخالدة ألا وهي السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. I promise I will not talk to you in Arabic because it seems like Chinese for you. But I would like to remind our interpreters that I will be speaking in French. So we make sure that multilingualism is also promoted in internet governance ecosystem. My name is Dr. Huzaifi Sakhadoudban from Chad. Okay, my name is Dr. Huzaifi Sakhadoudban from Chad. I coordinate the Chad Youth IGF, and I'm also a member of the MAC IGF Africa, representing the voice of youth in the MAC. So for me, it's quite an unforgettable day to be here with you, to learn and then to share views about internet governance in our engagement so far. Chers collègues, jeunes leaders et défenseurs de la gouvernance de l'Internet, c'est un honneur, un réel plaisir de clore cette édition du Africa Youth IGF 2025. Au nom du groupe consultatif multipartite du Africa IGF, je vous adresse mes salutations les plus chaleureuses. Aujourd'hui marque un nouvel engagement en faveur de l'autonomisation de jeunes pour construire un multi-acteur inclusif susceptible de promouvoir nos engagements dans le cadre de la gouvernance de l'Internet et aussi de favoriser l'autonomisation de jeunes pour notre continent afin de construire un avenir numérique pour une Afrique prospère. À un moment crucial de la transformation digitale de notre continent, nous avons démontré que la jeunesse africaine est prête à jouer un rôle central, inclusif et aussi souverain. À un moment crucial de cette transformation, la participation active de jeunes en présentiel et en ligne à travers les différentes sessions, de l'identité numérique à l'intelligence artificielle, aux droits numériques, en passant par les dialogues intergénérationnels avec les parlements, a prouvé que le Africa Youth IGF est bien plus qu'un simple événement. C'est un mouvement, un espace qui amplifie nos voix, reflète nos réalités, protège nos droits et porte nos ambitions. Mais cette clôture ne signifie pas la fin de notre engagement. Au contraire, je vous encourage vivement à continuer de participer activement aux sessions de l'IGF Afrique dans les 2 prochains jours, à poser des questions, à partager vos idées et à continuer d'être des acteurs engagés. Pour nos collègues tanzaniens, je vous invite à renforcer vos engagements en intégrant les Youth IGF Tanzania, en vous rapprochant de votre coordinatrice Millennium Nkarsa pour apporter vos contributions dans le processus de la promotion de la gouvernance de l'Internet en Tanzanie. En juin, nous serons entendus et attendus au Forum mondial sur la gouvernance de l'Internet, qu'on appelle communément Global IGF. Ce sera l'occasion de porter des défis et des perspectives de l'Afrique et d'explorer des solutions concrètes pour une participation accrue des jeunes à tous les niveaux, national, régional et international. Nous exprimons notre profonde gratitude au pays hôte, la Tanzanie, pour son appui logistique et ses efforts en matière de visas. Toutefois, les contraintes financières limitent la participation au Global IGF. C'est pourquoi nous appelons les ministères des TIC, les secteurs privés et les partenaires locaux à soutenir le jeune africain dans ces processus. Nous saluons également les efforts des coordinateurs nationaux des Youth IGF, notamment le Youth IGF Kenya, DRC Youth IGF, Tchad Youth IGF, Cameroun Youth IGF, etc., etc. Pour ceux qui ne sont pas mentionnés, merci de nous transmettre vos mises à jour et de nous tenir informés de l'organisation annuelle de vos activités. Nous espérons finaliser une réforme pour structurer les Africa Youth IGF avec un mandat très clair, une représentation équitable et des unités spécialisées pour mieux organiser notre travail collectif. Nos sincères remerciements à toutes celles et ceux qui ont contribué au succès de l'événement, particulièrement à Millennium, Kazan et à nombreux collègues tels que Atanas, Myriam, Thoko, Innocent, Amina, Levi, Ernest, Saba, Lily, Fatou, all of you guys, Joshua, Keith, et pardon si j'en oublie, vos contributions sont toutes précieuses. Ensemble, continuons à promouvoir une gouvernance numérique fondée sur l'inclusion, l'innovation, l'équité et la redevabilité. Portons haute la voix des jeunes Africains sur la scène mondiale. Si vous êtes très contents et si vous êtes rassurés qu'aujourd'hui nous avons passé une journée excellente, productive, je vous demande d'applaudir pour vous. Le temps que je rentre, je regagne ma place pour faire preuve de votre amour pour cette journée qui est très productive. Je vous remercie une fois de plus.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome Ms. Serene here to share her closing remarks. A big appreciation to our representative from the Economic Commission of Africa.
Hi, everyone. Okay, my name is Sorina Safa. I'm the Africa IGF Secretariat Coordinator, and I also work at UNECA as the cybersecurity and digital governance expert. So my role as Secretariat is just to create a platform for different stakeholders to make sure that the dialogue continues. As you know, IGF is all about bringing different stakeholders to come together and discuss public policy issue on internet governance. So this year for the Youth IGF, Millennium, you've been seeing her the whole day. She was the one taking the lead to make sure that youth have their own track. Today is day 0. As you may be aware, we're also having a parliamentarian track in another room. But the whole purpose is not for the youth just to have conversation on their own, because no youth or no gender live alone. You have to be able to have conversation. So they had also discussion, intergenerational dialogue that you experienced a few hours ago with the parliament to make sure that your aspiration in their policy making is in line, what is the gap, to learn from each other. But going forward, the whole purpose is not for the youth to be in isolation, but to make sure that they are integrated in the whole IGF. As you know, tomorrow will be the official opening of the 14th Annual Internet Governance Forum. But the youth at that time, not just as a youth, but they will be any meaningful contributor for any of the discourse. So today that you've been here, it taught us a big lesson. There is an appetite or an aspiration for the youth to have this kind of conversation. Number one, I thank all the lead. It is for the youth, by the youth kind of organization. The secretariat usually doesn't involve in terms of drafting the agenda or directing the content. They allow the youth to direct the conversation. So this kind of conversation will allow us not only in Internet Governance Forum, but mostly in the global digital discourse. As you guys now, you are aware, we are in WISES Plus 20. WISES has been for 20 years and is going to be under review. So your discourse or your discussion should be go beyond, for example, AI as an AI subject, but how does it affect us as Africans, and what kind of position should we have in this kind of processes? Because we need to be part of the global community of shaping the global digital governance processes. So for me, if you guys have any comment, suggestion, how to improve the youth track IGF, how to make sure that more African youth are involved in this kind of conversation, not only at the level, but at the national level. As you guys saw, Tanzania national IGF was going, and also they will hold a national youth IGF, and there will be also sub-regional, like the East African, the South, the North, and the West. So as my previous speaker, Dr. Kuzifi, he is one of the youth representative, and Fatou Sarr from Senegal. She's also the youth representative who made up the 10 MAG members. As you know, the MAG are the multi-stakeholder advisory group, who is the, let me say, the program director of the whole IGF process. That to make sure that the youth needs and aspirations are embedded in the whole process. So with that saying, I just want to say thank you so much. I have learned so much. Then if you would like for the Secretariat to do more as the African Secretariat and the youth coordinators, this year is Millennium because it was based in Tanzania. But next year, wherever the host is, the country youth will take force to make sure that the voice are carry across the continent. So anything that we can improve on, making sure that we serve the community in the best way possible, please send us email, volunteer in any of the NRIs, and then we can do better and build a better digital Africa for all. So in that say, thank you so much. Asante sana, and enjoy the 14th Annual African IGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we are tired. I thank you too for bearing with us at this time, but hopefully you've learned. Tumejifunza, eh? Yes, have we learned? Did you enjoy? Yes, then bravo to all of you. I would like to take a very special moment to thank first all the United Republic of Tanzania, our organizer, the African Union, and the Economic Commission for Africa. But dearly, I would like to thank Millennium Anthony, who is the one who organized our Youth IGF. So let's give her a very, very big round of welcome. Millennium. Yeah, Diamani, let's be more energetic. She made all this happen. Oh, let's do our thing. Pasha, 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 wow. Pasha, 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 wow. Last one, Pasha, 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 wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Karsan. Thank you so much, everyone. It was truly an honor to have you all. And especially you have managed to stay from morning and till this moment. We are very much thankful for your presence, your contribution, and for taking your time to travel and come to Tanzania to attend the Africa Youth IGF. Pia napenda kuwashukuru Watanzania wenzangu, vijana wenzangu kwa kuja siku ya leo. Karibuni sana Youth IGF Tanzania. Kwa wale ambao watataka kujoin, ni community ya youth ambayo itawasaidia kuwa katika fields za internet governance, tuna hold discussions, tunafanya events mbalimbali. Kwa hiyo kama wewe ni kijana afu upo interested kujoin Youth IGF, unaweza ukanifuata mimi au Alembe ambaye ni sekretari wa pale. Alembe? Yes, kwa hiyo baada ya session kama utataka kujoin Africa Youth IGF, Tanzania Youth IGF, utampata Alembe. Yes. So thank you so much. I really don't have much to say, and apologies for for the food issues that we had today. We hope we can do better tomorrow. And we actually didn't expect that we'll have this many people, but most of you ended up showing. And this is just showing that youth are there to show up. And we really appreciate that. And we really appreciate your spirit. So we are hoping to see you tomorrow again at the opening and contributing actively in the sessions that are going to be taking place in the next few days. Thank you very much.
Interneti yetu, our internet. Interneti yetu, interneti, our internet. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our vendors, our suppliers, our camera people, live, for the ones who are online. We are very happy you are with us. This has been our moment. Tuko pamoja, we are together. And with that, we are coming to a close. Karibuni sana. We are still here for 3 days, tomorrow and the next. And we hope to see you here. Big round of applause to my co-host here. Big round of applause to all the youth who came. And sema, interneti yetu, a strong Africa, a strong internet. Karibuni sana and asanteni.
Oh.